Fannin GOP Republican candidate debate. Sorry for some delays, just some last minute things that popped up. We'll continue to work like this until something changes, or maybe do the whole event this way. We'll go ahead and get started. First, if we'll stand, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Nicholson, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, in our invocation, Mr. Nathan Chancey, would you lead us in prayer?
Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you. Lord, give once again for this new day, for the breath. Lord, it's in our lungs, for the strength, Lord, the health that we have. God, above all, Lord, say we thank you for your kind grace, Lord, for your love, for being a friend that sticks closer than a brother. God, I do ask you, Lord, at this day, Lord, that our hearts would be sealed. Lord, that we'd lay down the weight of sin that does so easily beset us by the way. Lord, look to you for every question, every need that's in our life. Lord, say we still live in a day where right is right and wrong is wrong. Lord, we just ask you, Lord, that we, Lord, dig out our wells and get down to the bottom of, Lord, where those rocks and they good clean water. Lord, that's what we need, all of us, Lord. So we just, Lord, need your guidance, Lord, and we pray, Lord, say that we come together, Lord, and all the things that have divided us, all the things that have separated us, Lord, say in all things, Lord, say we need unity and we need love. God, we pray above all things that you forgive us of our sins. Bless this day, Lord, these hours, Lord, our lives. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Before we go any further, we've had some things happen in our community, and I'd just like to take this time to observe a moment of silence for the Wilsonback family and also Coach Hayes. All right, next up, we have a special guest here to sing the national anthem. The debate committee, we talked about a few people here, and my daughter caught wind of it, and so she asked me to ask the debate committee if it'd be all right if she sings it. So now at this time, the national anthem. The Colby.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming
next up, we do have food here in the kitchen. You can see them until 12 o'clock. We have biscuits, coffee. It's $5 a plate. And at 12 to the rest, we will have hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $5. We also have a silent auction table over there if you're interested in any of those. There's forms over there to sign your name beside your phone number. We'll announce the winners of these things at our meeting coming Tuesday night, which will be at Senior Center at 6 o'clock. This Tuesday night, the 16th. We had an idea to want to do something a little different this go around with candidates during election season. Chamber usually does a forum, and we wanted to do something just a little bit different, so we came up with a debate. One of the largest differences between the forum and the debate is in a forum setting, there's a question asked, and all candidates answer the same question. In a debate, we wanted to break it up a little bit more. So we derived an 8-person debate committee that basically created this format. And the format of the questions were pulled from community, from us, several sources, and we would talk about it, discuss it openly, and figure out which questions were most appropriate. And in this style, the questions are actually directed to a specific candidate. So in this case, our first step would be Clerk of Court. They actually have 2 questions each. Although they have 2 questions each, that's a total of 4 questions. If the question is directed to the incumbent, the challenger could break his answer up, 5-minute answer, into 2 minutes and 3 minutes. That they can use the 2 minutes to also share their view or their opinion on her question. If they choose to do so, they don't have to do that. In that format, it gives every candidate an opportunity to answer every single question, even those that are not directed towards them. Now, the questions, if you see these clear boxes out here, the questions are in envelopes in these clear boxes. So in each category, our moderator, Ms. Caitlin O'Mara, she will take the box to them, whoever the question is going to, and they will choose their own question out of the box. They will read their question, and they'll answer their question. The time will not start until after they've read the question. Once 2 minutes is up, there'll be a piece of paper or a folder held up. Although they can see the timer here in the back, they'll also have a visual here that 2 minutes is up as well. Then they can go to answering their question if they choose to do so. You don't have to spend that 2 minutes if you don't want to answer another question. But you have that opportunity, option if you want. The other moderator is Mr. Anthony Walden. He is working the time, and the time if you use all 5 minutes of your time, when that time is up, that's to let you know it's time to wrap it up. We're not going to cut you off the second it goes to 5 minutes, but with respect towards everybody, wrap it up so we can continue on. Every candidate in the Clerk of Court will have 2 questions each. The Tax Commissioner section will have 2 questions each. We'll have a break. After the break will be the Sheriff's segment. Sheriff's segment will have 3 questions each. After that, we'll have another break, and we'll go into the School Board, which will be 3 questions each. So, in an example of the School Board, that's a total of 21 questions that everybody will have an opportunity, if they choose to do so, to answer. But technically, they will have 3 questions directed straight to them. We have it mixed up from incumbent questions to challenger questions. Although the questions in the incumbent section is directed towards the incumbent, the challengers, if they choose to do so, can use 2 minutes of their answer when they get a question to share their view on their opponent's answer or even their opponent's question. The idea was to try to make it as much fair and equal for everybody across the board. We wanted to ensure that because that's the work of the party. We're all Republicans, and we're all community. We're all neighbors, we're family. Some of us go to church with each other. Some of us see each other at gas pumps or in the grocery store. And although people are passionate, tempers may flare from time to time, we need to get through this united, more united and not more divided. And we have a big work to do coming up in November, and I'm fully confident that if we can stay united through everything, through this process, through all the processes politically, that we can show up at the polls in November and elect Donald Trump as our president. I'm not sure if I'm forgetting anything because I'm winging it right now. I want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank, we had some company sponsorships to help with the cost of this. MDC helped with the food. Big Dog Builders and also Georgia Mountain Carpentry made some donations, and we just want to thank them. We want to thank everybody else that's not been on the debate committee that's helped us do things, helped us organize, helped us a lot of things in that. Also want to thank the debate committee themselves. The debate committee was comprised of 8 people, me being the chairman, Marco, Polo, you're supposed to say Polo. Marco is the first vice chair. Adam Troxel is the second vice chair. We had Debbie Beck, that's assistant secretary. We also had Sonia Smith. We had Kirk Williams. And we had Rhonda Jacobs. And we've had Holly Troxel. I just want to thank all of them. A lot of work to get this together and get everything as fair, as impartial, and equal as possible. Also, this facility right here is an agricultural facility, and Fannin FFA does a lot of work in here. Young farmers do a lot of work in here. And Tim is the president of Fannin FFA Alumni, Tim Nicholson, and he wanted me to also let you know that there is beef in the freezer for sale, $6 a pound for hamburger and $12 a pound for steaks. It's grass-fed beef, and it's for sale. That money goes to FFA Alumni that helps sponsor kids in the FFA events. Our moderators again, Miss Caitlin O'Mara. She is the president of the Republican Club at the high school. And we are excited to have her here to help us. And that really, really meant a lot. I want to say something. She had scheduled taking an SAT exam for today. Is that correct? SAT prep. Well, when she had the opportunity to help us in this event, she decided to reschedule that to another time so she can be here. That says a lot for the party there. We really appreciate her and the proactiveness that she has done within the school system. Our other moderator is Mr. Anthony Walton. He is a school resource officer, also a sheriff's deputy. Anthony Walton, again, will be handling the time. Ms. Caitlin will be introducing candidates for their segments. And as she calls them out, they'll be placed in their seat. And she will also be carrying the transparent box over to them for them to pick their questions out. Can't think of anything else. Am I missing anything? So they're saying, let's move on with it.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay, and we'll continue on. First up is going to be Clerk of Court. Testing.
Miss Deanna Chastain and Mr. Philip Owensby. We're going to introduce Ms. Chastain. Say anything.
Mr. Chairman, will you try to use this microphone?
With
Testing. How is this? How's the noise? Testing. Okay. I guess candidates will speak as loud as you can. Testing. It's not very good to speak directly into the record.
Testing.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You'll sit right there.
Ms. Chastain is the incumbent with 24 years of service, and her challenger is Mr. Owensby. And we're going to get started with round one, Mr. Owensby and then Ms. Chastain. And round two will again be Mr. Owensby and Ms. Chastain.
Something I did forget, there'll be no opening statements for the candidates, but there will be a 3-minute closing statement at each section.
It went off. Charles, it went off. We can share. I don't care to share. You had it all off, but I think I said now we're off. I'm just letting it sit down. Testing. That's the only microphone that's going to work. Yeah. They'll pass around the microphone. Only one microphone works. Phil, it wants to be the microphone you have in your hand is the one that works. Once you finish speaking, one of the MCs will take the microphone and pass it to the next, to the candidate, to the next speaker.
Question is, why do you feel you were more qualified than the incumbent in the role of clerk of the court? I don't know if you could say that I'm more qualified. She has 24 years on me. She's been doing it for 24 years. I would say that policy needs to change. Different things with the policies that are in place, that's what I think needs changed. It's hard to beat 24 years of experience. I was, in my previous job before I started working at the law office, 22 years. And doing that job for 22 years, I still did not know everything. The do with that. So I know there'll be some training and things that I don't know. So to say more qualified, that's a tough question to answer. I'm just going on policy that I believe needs changed.
Like me to read the question again? Okay. If re-elected, what specific goals do you have to improve customer service of the clerk's office as well as increase efficiency? In my opinion, I have a great staff. They are knowledgeable, they're cross-trained, and they are very friendly. Anybody who comes in, we're welcome to wait on you, and I think my service is excellent. As far as increasing efficiency, some goals that we have, we're on the cutting edge of technology. We e-file, electronic filing, in civil, criminal, and now real estate, and something that will be coming soon for those who need certified copies. I'm one of 5 that's awaiting. There are some counties doing e-certification right now. You'll be able to go online and get certified copies. We're still excited to talk about FANS. That's a filing notification system. It's similar to a LifeLock. It's free for the citizens of Georgia for your real estate. You can go online and receive text messages or emails regarding your real estate. In the Atlanta area, there's different fraudulent deeds that's being filed from squatters and other types of frauds. But this will notify you if any lien or another document against your property is filed in our county or in the state of Georgia. You can make it as broad or as narrow a search as you would like. Thank you.
The question is, what do you believe to be the primary function of the clerk of court, and how do you improve it? How would you improve it? The main function of the clerk is to keep documents filed. There's many functions that the clerk does. Some I do not know just yet. I'll admit that. how would I improve it? I think there is some efficiency issues, and this kind of answers back to her question of being improved customer service and increase efficiency. I want to email that people, if they're out of the county, attorneys out of this county, they have to drive up here to get documents where we could just email. And I'm not talking about public documents, not adoptions or juvenile cases. I'm talking about something that's already public. Anybody should be able to email and be able to get a document that's already out there. We had a case with an attorney from Cherokee County, and they said that they actually charged their clients extra money to drive up here because a lot of things aren't uploaded to Peach Court. If there's a manual filing, it's not uploaded to Peach Court, then they have to drive up here physically. Where other clerk's offices in our area do email, and so you just call them up, they'll send it to you. Another thing with the customer service, I've been up there a lot of times, and a lot of times I'll be standing there waiting. There's nobody there at the front desk. I would like to have somebody there at the front desk to help people when they come in. You either have to ring the bell, knock on the window, or wait for them to get through with whatever they're doing. So that's another thing. One other thing, she said cross-train. I've had several different instances. Just this week, there was an adoption. A lot of folks come to this adoption, celebrate, kid being adopted. They were not able to walk away with certified copies. That shouldn't happen. They left that day without their certified copies of the adoption. They had to drive back up the next day to get them. That shouldn't happen. These folks were far off. So as far as being cross-trained, if that was happening, then they would have been able to get their certified documents in. Another instance, had a guy, we had a speeding ticket. He was up in Superior Court. For some reason, it got transferred to Superior Court. But he is calling our office. He said he got there at 8:30, nobody's there. 9 o'clock rolls around. The person that does the criminal side wasn't there because she was taking her kids to school, but nobody's there to help him. He's still calling our office at 9:40. He spoke to him myself. 9:40, still nobody there to help him. So if people were being cross-trained, there'd been somebody there to help them. Thank you.
Would you be in favor of having a manned information desk in the foyer of your offices to assist the general public and answer questions about how to utilize your office and its records? Yes, I would be in favor of having someone at the front desk. There are many times that we have to retrieve information, and we're always working on things like that. But we have, there's 3 people that sit as close to the front window as possible. Even myself, I come out at times to answer different questions. And certainly on court days, there's someone usually sitting at the front desk at all times. I would like to speak just a moment on the emails. We do have email. It's not open to the public. It's used for transmits to the state, GCIC, the Clerk's Authority, and for information purposes. It's not a legal form of filing. Electronic filing through our portals, there's only 2 portals provided by the state, Peach Court or Green Court, and then Tyler Technologies. But e-filing, it opens us up to possible spam, viruses, cyber attacks, and ransomware. So that's the reason that I don't have public email. And on a day-to-day basis, we receive hundreds, sometimes thousands of documents. And those have to be processed and filed. And to do public email and have that worry of clicking on different links that might open us up to this, it's just an individual choice that I have made as an elected official. I realize some counties do that, but it's just something that I've chosen to protect the integrity and the records for Fannin County. Closing, I would like to say in closing, I would like to thank God for this opportunity for giving me. I am what I am by the grace of God. I feel it's my calling in life. I truly enjoy being a public servant. I hope that some of the information that has been shared today has been beneficial for you. And if you ever have any questions or concerns, please call me or my staff. I want to thank my staff. They're team players, they're friendly, they're helpful in everything that they do. I want to thank the Republican Party and the citizens of this county for allowing me to serve. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for always supporting me through the years, working through late nights, weekends, and just anything regarding Clerk of Superior Court. I appreciate your prayers, support, and your vote. An early voting starts April 29th, and the election is May 21st. Thank y'all.
Okay, I didn't get the chance to rebuttal on her second question. So the man front desk, yeah, I want somebody there. She has been there for 24 years, and this should not be an issue at this point. And I never said that the documents that would be emailed or filed, you can't file through email. I've never said that. It's only for documents that are already filed, that are already public. There's many times we've had untimely filed, or documents that are filed through Peach Court, and it's supposed to be a manual upload. We got one back in February. We closed the case in June of last year, and we got a manual upload in February. 8 months later, it's not being done in a timely manner. Also, another policy issue I'd like to touch on is names not given when you call up there. When you call the office, my first interaction with this office, had a boss said, call the office, clerk's office. So I called up there and asked the question, asked who I was speaking to. They wouldn't tell me. That's got to change. It's got to be more personal than this. Can't tell you my name. I looked on other clerk's offices in this county, on Clerk's Authority, and it has who they are, what their job title is, and it's transparent. We need to be more user-friendly this way, more personal that way. She does have a great staff. I don't plan on getting rid of any of that staff. I want to keep them. I think they do a good job. We do need somebody at the front desk. I just think I would have a lot of policy changes that would be good for the community and putting, people in Fannin County first. If you have any questions, see me afterwards. I'll be here till about 1 o'clock because my son's got a baseball game and I'm going to it. So I'd like to thank you for your support and your vote. Thanks.
To recognize Miss Rita Newton, who was our tax commissioner, and she is retiring. She's here, right up there with the jacket and purple shirt. We would like to thank you for your service and your work with our community. Now, our second debate. Our second debate is with Miss Robbie Cornelius Long and Miss Julie Walker. If you guys could please come up.
I just want to apologize on behalf of the debate committee. You always have a plan A, B, and C. A failed. B was Rebel TV, I thought, or sound. And C also failed. So isn't that the way life goes? But what we have here is planned, I like to call J for Jocelyn, my granddaughter's party karaoke. So that's what we're dealing with for the moment. I hope we get something better. So I apologize to the first group. We'll roll on to the tax commissioners using the party karaoke machine, and hopefully have something a little better for the next two groups. We'll set that up there in the front.
Ladies, you'll have to put the mic close to you.
My question is, how do you handle difficult taxpayers? I handle them with the respect that they give us. As long as they're kind, courteous to us, we try to return that. If they are out of line, rude, that type of stuff, we do go get our tax commissioner to come out and handle that. We don't try to confront them, we don't try to argue with them. We try to treat them with respect.
Try to stand up since I am a soft-spoken person, but my question is, what makes you the best candidate for this job? So first I want to start out by saying what the mission statement is for the tax commissioner's office. The mission statement is to bill, collect, and disperse all monies out according to the Georgia state laws, and to act as a motor vehicle representative for tag and title. So we have two very important things that we do in the tax commissioner's office, and why does it make me a better candidate running? I'm bringing to the table 15 years of experience in this tax commissioner's office setting. I love what I do. I love my job. love your job, it makes it a better thing to come to work every day. And when this opportunity arose, I said, I'm going for it. I have that experience. I am known to have good customer service skills. People come in the door, if they have a problem, I'm willing to go an extra mile. I may have to call the state for a help desk or whatnot, but I'm there to help you. That is my job. So I take pride in that, and have lots of friends and people that can vouch for that for me. Sorry, I'm not really a good speaker, but I'm trying to do my best here. I'm willing to do extra duties at the office. I love to learn new things in the office. When Rita expected that she might be retired, and I went to her and said, Rita, please, I want to learn anything that you're willing to teach me. And so in the last year, I have stepped up, and I have learned several things that a tax commissioner does. Not the tax commissioner's job, but things that the tax commissioner does and reports and different things that are required by state we have to do every year. Learning the process of the digest to bill out the bills each year. There's a lot of process to go through that. So I am willing to step up and take on the tax commissioner's job, and I feel like I will be a good candidate for that position.
If you were hired the next tax commissioner, what would you look for? First thing I would look for was to continue the same friendly, courteous service that our office has. I want to make sure that everybody's treated with respect. I want to make sure everybody's waited on properly. I have thought about this a lot. I want our office to start opening at 8 o'clock. That's when the courthouse opens, and I think that would be beneficial to a lot of people because we don't open till 8:30 now. Most of the offices upstairs open at 9. But a lot of times there are people there waiting. And if we do get there early, we do try to let them come on in early and get their business taken care of. So that's one thing I would like to change in the office.
My next question is, what do you think is the most challenging part of your job? Well, actually, I think the most challenging part of the job would just be each year we work with the tax assessor's office. We have to work with them to get the digest ready to be approved by the state of Georgia so that we may bill, collect, and start disbursing the money. A few things you have to do to get all that going, and it might be a little tedious at first, but once all the steps is completed, then we go forward and do the main goal of our office as far as property tax bills. Challenging side of motor vehicles, there's really not a challenging side for me. I mean, really, I renew your car tag, I help you with your title. If something's wrong with the title or you're not getting it in the mail or whatnot, I have a help desk that I call and try to work that out for you the best I can. Since I have a little time extra here, I do want to elaborate on the time. I think that would be a very good thing. We open at 8 o'clock. That would help a lot of people that are going to work to get to our office and us be there and whatnot. Some of the other goals that I think I might like to have for my office would be just focus on a strong customer service. Have it be unwavering. Every time you walk in our office, be welcome and comfortable. I'm just going to speak real loud. But I just want to work on that customer service and just know that when you come in our office, we're there to help you. And if you step up, we're there to help you. That's our job, to serve the citizens. I will continue to make sure our budget stays under budget. Right now, Rita does a real good job. Our budget comes in low each year. So I want to keep with that and try to maintain that. And we're really excited that the Board of Commissioners approved an upgrade on our property tax computer system. So I'm going to work with that, implement that, along with Rita and all the other girls in the office. I think that may start May 1st. I may start January 1st in our office. So if that's not completed, I'll see that out and collect it. And, I just want y'all to know that oath that has to be taken to do this job. I'm ready for that oath. I've looked at it and looked at the responsibilities of the tax commissioner, and I'm ready to take that oath and step up to be your next tax commissioner.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Okay, in closing, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for coming today. We appreciate y'all taking the time out of your day to come listen to our debate. I've been there for 10 years. I not only sell tags and process titles. The majority of my job, because me and Kelly are, we do a lot of the property tax part of the job. I'm the one who's usually over the tax sale. I take that very important. I treat the people with respect. We don't want anyone's property. We try at all costs not to sell your property, but it's part of our job to do collection. And sometimes it does come down to that. I've been doing that since I've been there. I work real closely with the taxpayers, taking partial payments, try to help them out. They are in a bond. And I not only do that, but help with the deposits, the payouts. I've done a lot of that stuff in the office. This new system that Rita has, which the commissioner's about getting, that is going to help and cut down a lot of time in our office. The biggest thing is it's going to interact with the Board of Assessors office to keep the addresses. That's going to help on a returned mail. We get a lot of that. And I've been there 10 years. I'm there during tax season. I'm the one who stays late. I'm the one who works on Saturdays, posting those mortgage checks, making sure it gets done. Because I am very dedicated to the county. I'm very dedicated to my job. And I'm the first one there to admit if I mess something up, I will fix it. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens in the office that I have part of. I'm very loyal. I'm very thankful for the opportunity and the staff working with the girls there. And I appreciate your vote and support on making it first. Thank you.
In closing, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and really appreciate that. Just touching on again, 15 years of experience I'm bringing to the table. Our office is a really good office. I appreciate everyone in there. We're all knowledgeable, and that's the great thing about having an office. We all do mainly the same responsibilities, but we all have extra responsibilities as well. They all come together. We get everything done, and requirements, deadlines, all that, we get all of that done. So I will touch on this. I may not have the same responsibilities exactly as Robbie does. She does a lot more in tax collections and whatnot. But our goal in our office is not to have a tax sale on a property. We're here to help you if you're delinquent in your taxes. If you come to us and ask us to make payment arrangements, we're willing to do that. And as long as the owner of the property is willing to do that, then we're good. It won't go further. But we do have laws that we have to abide by the state of Georgia, and a tax commissioner is bound by those laws when they take that oath. Some of the things another thing I want to touch on is, in our office, I do want to do a little bit more cross-training. I feel like that will bring a little bit more knowledge to some of the newer ones in the office and some of the old. You can be in a tax commissioner's office for so long, and I may not have done something that one has done, and the other may have not done something that I've done. We all share and help grow together. So that would be another goal for me. And, I just want to make it clear that I do understand the oath, and it is a responsibility, and I am ready for that responsibility. I'm able to take that responsibility a little bit easier because I love my job. I love my job. So with that being said, I'm ready to step up as your next tax commissioner. I thank everyone that came out here today, and I think thank you for all your continued support that helps drive me to go forward in this goal that I've set for myself. And I appreciate your prayers and support. And please tell your friends to go out and vote. Early vote begins April 29th through May 17th at the courthouse, and election day is May 21st. I would appreciate your vote. Julie Walker is your next tax commissioner.
We are going to take a break, and we are going to come back at 12 with the sheriff's debate.
Testing, testing. How is that? Is that any better? Is that better? Testing, testing. How about the back row? April, can you hear? How is it? Better? Better than it was? Okay. Okay. A little more, a little more. Okay, let's test it. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. My gosh, we have audio. All right. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Amber, Faith, back row. How's that volume? Faith, how's the volume? Can you not hear back there? Is that better? Not better? Okay. Okay.
Like the seat. I don't get it.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Billy Wayne Chastain, can you hear this? Volume good? Okay. Testing, testing. Amanda, that's good. Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, maybe less bass and more treble. I say that like I know anything about this thing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Less bass, try a little less bass. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Yeah, this one's better. This one's better, I think. Don't you all? Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Volume. Yeah. Yeah, testing, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing.
So right across the street, spring water bottling company, and our water will come out of the tap. It's exactly what they're putting in bottles. So, because we got
Thank you. Because y'all are the only ones close. Well, it was an interesting.
That's
it was
all right.
an interesting topic. So y'all are the only ones close enough to become nobody better than was. I know. Thank you. I don't think it wants to. Oh, is it recent? Because it would be great if it was. We're not ready for what is happening. There's so much happening. Kinds of types of Your attention, please.
If you guys could please take your seats, we're about to start the sheriff's debate.
Nice and loud, nice and loud.
Please. If you're running for sheriff, please come find your seats and sit down. We would like to get started as soon as possible. They're in alphabetical order, so you should be set.
There you go. Oh.
debate for Sheriff's Department. We're going to introduce incumbent Sheriff Dane Kirby with his 16 years of service. And challenging him is Sheriff Billy Brackett, Barry Wayne Johnston, and Matthew Taylor. Round one is going to go Mr. Brackett, Mr. Johnston, Sheriff Kirby, then Mr. Kaler.
It's awfully small. I'm going to get my glasses on. How will you manage the budget and resources efficiently? Well, there's a lot of aspects as far as managing budget and doing it efficiently. As your sheriff, I will look at the budget. I will know it inside and out, and I will be efficient with it. And one of those ways you be efficient with it is by getting your officers trained and getting them to the level that they need to be. If your officers are efficient, then you're going to manage the budget efficiently. But also looking at everything that goes in, everything that comes out.
So that's the way I would manage the budget and be efficient with it.
Our microphones don't like us today. I apologize.
So I certainly appreciate that question. I certainly appreciate all y'all that's come out to listen today. God bless you. Thank you.
It says, what do you plan to do to increase the sheriff's office ability in handle cybercrime? Yeah, handle cybercrimes.
That I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about those crimes. I guess what I would do is I find someone to go on computers and take care of it. But other than that, that's like I was trying to tell you guys that, I have no experience with this, but everybody in my family has been in law enforcement.
What do you see as the number one crime issue in the county, and how do you intend on managing it going forward? Well, it's hard to pick just one. We've got several issues that need to be addressed here in the county and that we need to be looking out for over the course of the next years. One of the ones that jumps right out at me initially is illegal immigration. That's a problem for every county in the entire country. It can't be ignored, and it's got to be addressed. I'm not really at liberty to speak about how I plan on handling illegal immigration issues because I don't want to tip our hand at what our plans are. But I promise you that it's a focus and it's a concern. It's something we've already been talking about. We've already been making plans, and we've already been carrying these plans out. There's a whole lot of stuff that don't get talked about during these campaigns, and it's impossible to touch on every single issue that's important and that the sheriff's office deals with and that we're going to be facing in the next few years. But illegal immigration, cyber crimes, the inability of agencies to hire and retain officers, that's a problem nationwide that there's not a real simple fix for. For some reason, and I don't know what it might be, if you ever watch the news every day, I don't know why anybody would want to be a police officer, but for some reason, they just don't anymore. Used to, you had to know somebody to get in this field. But now, we're having a real hard time getting young kids interested, and that's sad. I don't know who's going to be standing there when we get ready to pass the torch. Those are a few of the issues that that we're facing that are important, that are at the top of my list. As far as your financial crimes, I'd say 75% of the people in this room would raise their hand if I asked how many people had had a spam call or somebody trying to call and solicit money from them. There'd probably be very few of you that didn't raise your hand. These people are really hard to catch. We have got some software lately that has been introduced in law enforcement that we're just in the learning process of using, that hopefully will enable us, if nothing else, if people will come to us when this starts happening, will enable us to be able to get their money back. That's the biggest goal always, is to try to stop it quick and get people's money back for them. Because guys, people are getting their lives ruined. They're getting their entire life savings stripped away and jerked away from them just by clicking on an email or following some instructions that somebody gives them over the telephone. And unfortunately, lots of times when people realize what's going on, they're so deep in that they're embarrassed to tell anybody about it, including law enforcement. And lots of times by the time we find out about it, their money's long gone. So the best thing that we can do is educate people. We've tried to do that for years. Every time things start kind of popping up and rising up, and people start calling and getting these calls, and we start hearing complaints from people, we always go to the newspaper. We get them in to do a good article. We get on the internet and try to get everybody tuned in and let them know to, be on guard. People are after you. They're trying to get what you got. And that's the best way to fight it, is just to make sure that these people that try to do that stuff can't find a victim. Nobody want to be a victim. And that's what we want to educate everybody against. Or two is how to not be a victim. Nobody's going to call you up on the phone and offer you a Mercedes if you'll go to Walmart and get a $200 gift card. I promise you. So we try to educate people enough to where they don't fall for those things. So that wasn't one. That was about three.
What do you believe is the number one thing needing changed, and how would you change it? Well, kind of like Sheriff Kirby said, there's multiple things that need to be changed. What's the leading one? Well, what's the leading one? That's hard to pinpoint. Kind of goes back to Billy's question, budgeted. We need funds kept here. I know the last Republican meeting Sheriff Kirby was at, we have a $5.5 million budget every single year, okay? We're taking tax money from all of these people right here in this building, and a couple of the officers, we're loaning them out. They're with GBI, they're with FBI. We need those people here. If I start asking questions about every single person in here, if you could have your tax money back and spend it locally, would you? Or are y'all happy with the government taking your taxes and sending it to other places? Well, that's what's happening in Fannin County. Our tax money is going to other places. I mean, last Republican meeting, Sheriff was there. He said, hey, we're doing a search warrant in downtown city of Atlanta. Well, what good is that for me and you? We need to be doing search warrants here. Every single person in this building knows where there's a drug house at. They know where cars are coming in and out, but nothing's being done on it because our resources are not here. They're in other counties. So we need the budget here. We need to go over budget. We need to find loopholes, get grant money. With enough money, we can attack multiple problems that we have in the county, but it all kind of starts with a budget. We need somebody up in the sheriff's office writing grants. I work for the city of Blue Ridge now. We got computers, internet boxes, everything off of grants. Sheriff's office don't have that. They have very few vehicles that are equipped the way that they need to be equipped with radars, computers, everything right there. So that would be a big thing. I think the budget is a major thing. We can get grant money. We can use the resources that we do have locally, and that would help protect and benefit all the other problems as far as all your crimes that's happening locally. Thank you.
Now with round 2 with Sheriff Kirby, Mr. Kaler, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Brackett.
So I thought we got to respond first.
Do that during your time.
5 minutes.
All right, now what? Pick the question.
Just to reiterate the format of the debate, that when you get your question, each candidate here will have 3 questions to answer. When you get your question, you can break your answer 2 minutes as a rebuttal. So whenever it'll eventually come back to you, everybody here has an opportunity to answer every question if they choose to.
What?
And just as a reminder, your 5 minutes is your 5 minutes, so let's try to keep it in that time frame, please. Thank you.
Where's that? He's your card. Oh, good. You're good. As soon as you read the question.
All right, budgetary issues are a perennial concern. How do you propose to manage your budget with things like grants and potential shortfalls? Well, our budget is set by the Board of Commissioners every single year. We have 3 different budgets that we operate. We operate the Sheriff's Office budget, we operate the Detention Center budget, and we operate a 911 budget, which is actually split in half between funds from the general fund and funds from the 911 fund, I believe. Salaries are paid out of part of it, and operating expenses are paid out of the other one. But we don't have any budget shortfalls. I'm just going to say it. We've got the best chairman of the Board of Commissioners that we've had in a long, long time, and he is a very good manager. He makes my job easy. Now, I'm not down his throat every day asking him for money. We have a mutual understanding. I know he has a job to do, and he knows I have a job to do. And it's not just him, it's the entire Board of Commissioners. They work really good with us, but we have a very good mutual understanding. And we don't have budget shortfalls. We use our SPOS money to buy equipment and capital items. And Matt, you're so far off base, you're going to have to start doing some studying. We use our SPOS funds. We've got ARPA funds. We have adjusted our budget in some areas because we know that we don't have to, we don't have to rely on the general fund for everything like we used to have to. So we don't have budget shortfalls to have to deal with. We don't ask for budget increases every year. The only increases that you'll ever see that I can think of in the last at least 8 years since I've been sheriff is for salaries. That's the only increases that come through our budget. Everything else is a flat line. We make it work. Now that we've got SPOS money coming in like we do, that makes it even easier. So things are in real good shape budget-wise. I hope that answered the question.
What do you believe is the most important quality a leader must possess, and what kind of leadership will you bring to the sheriff's office? Well, I think one of the most important is being somebody that you can call on and count on. I worked for Sheriff Kirby here for almost 6 years, 5.5 years. Even when I worked for him, probably I've had more civil conversations with him after I come out running for sheriff than I did when I worked for him. you know, he was there and he always says that the door's open. But really, we never really had that conversation. My wife, which is sitting up there, she told me the other day, she said, you know, Dane, I've talked to Dane maybe twice, and she said, you would think he would know who I am, but he don't. She said, every time he sees me, he acts like he don't have a clue who I am. So I think that is a big part of it. You know, being there, which my wife can tell you, I'm one of those guys that might just randomly show up at 2 o'clock in the morning on a burglary call and say, hey guys, what's going on? You know, what you got? That's me 100%. I don't want to be the guy that just sits in the office. I know there's times that I have to do that and handle administrative issues or whatnot, working on budget or, you know, just as far as office issues that I would have to do. But I'm going to be an active sheriff. I'll be out here. You know, you go up to Union County, Mac Mason sets out, runs radar, stops cars, takes people to jail, answers calls just like your regular officer does. And I will be one of those too. I'm going to be active out there, answer the phone calls, which I can say Sheriff Kirby does. Every time I've called him, he has answered the phone call. But I will also do that. I want to have a interaction with my officers so I do know their families, know them, know if there's an issue going on. I want to be considered a friend, not just a supervisor or boss. So as far as that issue goes, you know, just being there, learning about my employees and learning if there's issues ongoing that I may or may not be able to help. But sometimes just having a friend there to talk to, you know, law enforcement, every day they face suicides. That's a big issue with law enforcement. They see things. You know, Fannin's pretty good as far as we're not having to deal with the major murders and being shot at and everything like the city of Atlanta, but we still do see things that we can't forget, you know, and that gets to officers. So just being there and having an ear to hand out so anybody can talk to me at any time, that would be my answer. Thank you.
Accomplished during your first year of office? Well, my plans are to kind of clean the place up. That'd be my first thing starting at. And I would try to, you know, get some of the training in that I need to run the sheriff. And like Matt and all them said, I would be out there on hands-on too. But like I was telling you, just give me a chance and I'll show you a good thing. Thank you.
My next question is, how would you address staff morale and retention within the sheriff's office? The way I would address staff morale is as I've always done. I've been in law enforcement for 27 years. I've always worked my way up as a leader. I've always worked my way up by treating people right. The way you have to treat your employees is with mutual respect and dignity. If you don't have that mutual respect and dignity, then you've lost your guys. As a sheriff, I will be able to keep a good retention of my officers because I will treat them right. And that goes the same way with the public. You treat people right, you listen to their concerns, then they're going to know that they have a sheriff's office that they can trust, a sheriff's office that they can depend on. There's a couple things I'd like to touch on from before. Sheriff Kirby, whenever he was asked the question about what seems to be one of the biggest problems in this county, I would agree with him about the ICE, about the immigration, and we need to look at that. We need to keep that on the forefront and keep that in the back of our mind. But I think the biggest problem we have here are drugs and addiction. We need to address those things because drugs and addiction, it's the catalyst. Drugs are the catalyst for every other crime that goes on, as far as your burglaries, your property crimes, and things like that. So we need to address that. And going along with what Matt said, he was talking about the task force that we are involved in as far as the GBI and the FBI. Why don't we bring that home? I work for the Towns County Sheriff's Office currently, and the Towns County Sheriff's Office is not part of a drug task force or any other task force. We need to bring that home. We need to do that in-house because that in turn drops the budget. That in turn helps the people of Fannin County, not people in. Turned off again.
But we need to bring that home. I've spoke to people, I've spoke to other investigators in Cherokee County, North Carolina, and Clay County. And it seems that the people that we have detached to these task force spend more time in Cherokee County than they do anywhere else. Not in Fannin County, not anywhere around Fannin County. And like Matt said, we're kicking in doors in Atlanta and Cherokee County and over in Murphy, North Carolina. We need to be doing that stuff here at home. I believe that, as your sheriff, I want to bring that back home, and I want to start a task force here within our county with our own people. And I think that's where it's going to have to go because, we need some drug enforcement here in Fannin County. And not only that, but we need some other assistance as far as, when these people get out. We're just letting them go and go to their own devices. We're sending them back, setting them back up for failure. So why not, when they get out of jail on these drug charges and on these folks with addictions, why not set up some resources for them? That way we're not sending them back out to their own devices and back out to fail and do the same things. What kind of leader will you be? That's one of the questions Matt was asked. I will be a leader that is there. I will be a leader, for the sheriff's office, but I will be a leader for the people also. I will be a sheriff for all people. It doesn't matter your status in the community. It doesn't matter your financial status. It doesn't matter what your last name is. I can tell you that through my career, I've always been just, I've always been fair, and I will continue to do that as your sheriff in Fannin County. And it won't take me 15 years, 16 years to make a good sheriff. Day one, I will start being a good sheriff. Day one, I will bring all my knowledge, training, and experience to this office, and I will do the right things. Integrity is, I was told by a supervisor one time, integrity is doing the right thing when nobody's looking. And I promise you that I will do those right things. I promise you that with the Lord's leading, I will do those right things. And I want you to know that. I want you to have trust in me. I want you to be able to come up and talk to me without being belittled or anything like that, belittled or, made to feel about this tall. So as your sheriff, I want to be there for you, for the people. Thank you.
Our last round 3 with the sheriffs is Mr. Johnston, Mr. Brackett, Mr. Kaler, then Sheriff Kirby.
how, how do you intend of maintaining or improving transparency in the office, sheriff's office? That's a big one. All I can tell you is, you know, I'm new at this, and I want to do a lot of cleaning up and do some improvement with the sheriff's department, and do a lot of hands-on, and like Matt and Billy said, and the sheriff, you know, get out there with the people and be there. Don't stay in the office all the time. But that's all I got to say. Thank you.
My next question is, how will you handle immigration enforcement? That's a great question too. I will handle immigration enforcement as far as that goes with our federal agencies. You know, we will enforce the law and we will protect our citizens from the migrants or immigration or, you know, the illegals that come in. We will work with each agency. You know, I'm able to, and I think anybody here at this table is able to create those relationships with those agencies without a doubt. I can create relationships. I know these men well enough to where they can create these relationships, and I will be like I said, I will be a sheriff that will enforce the law and enforce it fairly. And I will work with ICE and these other agencies for the greater good of Fannin County. I promise you.
What are your qualifications to be sheriff, and why are you the best person for the job? My qualifications is a lot like Sheriff Kirby and Mr. Brackett over there. I'm a qualified peace officer. That's the only qualification that the state tells me that I have to be your sheriff. I know there's going to be a whole lot more training that goes into that, and I do realize, you know, going back to kind of budget and stuff, I'm not an accountant, so I don't have a qualification in that, but I can do the job. I've got, you know, radar, jail school. You know, I got hired in 2011 with the sheriff. I started under him. Like I said, worked 5.5 years or so under him. I worked under Chief Early in McKaysville, worked under Johnny Searcy at the city of Blue Ridge, and now I currently work under Rob Stewart. I have took a little bit from every single one of them, and I've worked with some good ones, so I kind of know what needs to be done. I know what a good supervisor is. I know what it takes to run a good department. I still have several friends at the sheriff's office. Talk to some almost daily. You've got to keep your employees happy. So I think the qualifications, you know, goes a little bit deeper than law enforcement. You have to be a good person. You have to be a good person to be a sheriff. You know, you, kind of like I said before, you got to have a good ear. You need to be able to talk. There's so many different qualifications that you learn from life experience, not just a certificate hanging on the wall. You know, it takes a lot. So the qualifications, there's so many that it's unbelievably hard to go over every bit of them. But what makes me the best candidate for the job, like Billy said, I'm fair. I'll listen, and I will withhold the law to what state law says that I can and cannot do. I don't care who you are, where you come from, your family. You know, I've arrested some of my family members. I've arrested some of my wife's family members. You know, if I'm going to arrest your brother, I'll arrest my brother. It shouldn't be who you are and where you come from, whether or not you broke the law or not. That's the big thing, and I feel like that would make me the best candidate for the job because, you know, I'm not going to show favoritism to one person over the other. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take just a second right here to address a little something that Billy said, talking about drug operations. He made it look like that our drug investigators stay gone to Atlanta all the time and out kicking doors in North Carolina and everywhere but home. And they couldn't be nothing no farther from the truth. Our detectives and our narcotic guys are in our office at least 3 days a week. And if they're not, they're out kicking somebody's hind end somewhere it needs it. As far as you talking about sending money to other counties, I'm not sure where that came from, but I don't think you realize that GBI pays 50% of their task force officer's salary. And the FBI pays every single dime of Dustin Carter's overtime where he's working on cases for them outside of what he's doing for me. So y'all boys going to have to start doing your research before you get up here and start spouting all this stuff off, because what you're telling me ain't true. And I'm not even going to go into what you've been telling the Republican Party for the last 3 months. But I think it's time we started talking about some of that stuff. With this country growing and no signs of slowing down, how do you intend to grow a better qualified force to meet the future needs of the county, as well as improve employee incentive packages going forward? Well, you know, we are going to have to come up with some way to start attracting and retaining employees. Jessie in the commissioner's office stood up at the commissioner's meeting just a few evenings ago, and she had come up with something on her own, I guess, talking about paying retirees insurance for a certain gap, and they might retire a little bit early before they can get on Medicare or Medicaid to keep them from having to do that out of their pocket. And man, I was floored. I was so proud of her for doing that. Things like that are what we have to do. We have to come up with ways to make what we do attractive, because the media is out here making this the least attractive job that you could go out and look for. I mean, who would want to imagine working in Atlanta or some big city somewhere where you're hated because you're a police officer? Now, thank goodness it's not that way here. You know, we have tremendous support from our community. The people here rely on the sheriff's office, and they can rely on us. I make sure of it. And, you know, the environment here is a whole lot different than it is in other places. But, you know, retirement, young kids getting out of high school, they're not thinking about retirement at that age. There didn't used to be. I know I wasn't. But some of these young kids, this new generation, they are looking down the road. They are thinking about, when I'm 50 years old, am I still going to be a slick sleeve police officer out here, fighting in the ditches and not have no retirement? So they're thinking about those things. So we have to be able to provide them what they think is necessary for them to, put their blood and sweat into what we're asking them to do. And it's not easy. I mean, they're a pretty demanding bunch. It's hard to compete with what some of these cities and these municipalities around Atlanta and even some of the sheriff's offices down there offer. And to a lot of people, it's all about the money. To a lot of people, it's all about the benefits. And to a lot of people, it's all about the quality of life and the environment that you work in. And those are the people right there that we are able to pull from. They want to work. They want to live in Fannin County. They want to work in Fannin County. We've had a lot of luck recruiting people who have done careers in other places in some high-level positions that have retired drawing full benefits, and they don't need the money, but they're just not done yet. You know, they still want to be in the fight. And, you know, we've had some real good luck hiring those guys, and some of them are very overqualified for what they're doing. But they've made really good employees and really good mentors for some of our young guys coming up, and we've had a lot of luck with that, and thank goodness we have. So, you know, we can keep pulling from those resources in the future, hopefully. But we do have to keep our eye on what it's going to take to start recruiting and retaining this young generation, because at some point, not too far in the future, we're going to have to pass the torch. And I'm a little bit concerned and worried. Thank you. All right, everybody, I appreciate y'all coming out here today. This is some kind of new for me. I've never participated in anything like this, but I think it's healthy. I think that it gives everybody a chance to get out and talk about things and air things. And I think it's been a good day here today. You know, I've been sheriff now for going on 16 years, and I don't have to sit up here. I'm not going to sit up here and talk about what all we've accomplished and where all we've failed and what all we're going to do better. We're going to do the best we can going into the future. We don't know what we're going to be faced with, but I guarantee you one thing, whatever it is, we'll deal with it. I wake up every morning and when my feet hit the floor, I'm ready to go. And it don't make no difference to me what it is. Just bring it on. Because I know I got plenty of good help. But anyway, you know, who knows what the future holds. But, you know, I'm here to face it. I'm 54 years old and I'm in the prime of my life and I feel better than I've ever felt. I'm always up for new challenges. And, you know, it's kind of strange how your interests change as you get older. You know, when I was, we'll just go back to when I first got elected sheriff. In the springtime, it was all I could think about to be out somewhere turkey hunting. In the fall, all I could think about was being out somewhere chasing bucks or sitting on one somewhere. You know, other things like that. But as you get older, you know, my focus and my drive has become more to my work and more to my occupation and more to making sure that, you know, we're not missing nothing here. It's easy to overlook things sometimes. And you know, after you've been sheriff for 15 or 16 years, you kind of learn what to look for. And you learn what kinds of things it is that causes you problems and that has the potential to cause other people problems. And, you know, those things are helpful. That's where experience comes in. You know, everybody can, you know, talk about what we're going to do and what we want to do and what this guy ain't doing and what I'm going to do and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, they don't none of us know what we're going to be doing until it slaps us in the face. And we never know what that's going to be every day. But we've all got to be ready. We've got to have the right mindset. We've got to have the right attitude. We've got to have the right set of core values and beliefs. And we've got to understand that there is a left-wing, woke population of people out here in this country that are making their way toward Fannin County, Georgia, and Blue Ridge, Georgia. And if you think that they're not a threat to your way of life, you got another thing coming, because I promise you they are. We got to be on guard for things like that. You know, my goal is to make sure that we maintain our way of life as we have it, and as we've known it, and as we want it to be in the future for just as long as we can. Thank you.
I don't want to take this long on a final statement, but I do want to say one thing. You know, kind of going back to the GBI officers and the FBI officers. Sheriff Kirby said our budget is great. You know, we have no problems with budget. We have problems getting officers, but we're going to give them somewhere else. If we have problems with officers, keep them here. If we can't get employees to run the sheriff's department and do the things locally that we need done, keep them here. Why are we sending them somewhere else? You know, we got the budget to pay them. He's already admitted to that. So it's pretty cut and dry to me. You know, if we have the funds here and we're short officers, then I'm not going to give them somewhere else. I'm going to keep them here. I'm going to use them for the people in this community to keep the people here safe and try to get drugs off the streets and, you know, prevent burglaries, or if they're investigators, let them investigate the burglaries or whatever that cause might be. But use the resources here. That's what we need to do. If I'm elected your sheriff, that will happen. The officers that we do have, we will utilize here. I'll be here for a little bit afterwards. If anybody has any questions, concerns, wants signs or cards, y'all reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Just like Matt said, you know, we need to keep the GPI and all them here, because there's a lot of times when I go out to eat, I sit with them and eat with them, and they tell me a lot of things that goes on in Fannin County. So we need to keep them here. So if you like me, just give me a chance, and I can change everything. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody that's came today. I want to thank everybody that's made this possible. I'm not a politician, okay? First and foremost, I am a child of the King. I'm a child of the good Lord. And I will take those principles, and I will bring those principles, and I will bring the good book. That's the principles that I go by. If you flip through the pages of your Bible, that'll show you what I go by. And like I said, I'm not a politician. I'm running this campaign on transparency and accountability. We will be transparent, we will be accountable, and we will hold our officers to the same level each and every day. And it comes from the very top. It doesn't come from the bottom. It comes from the top. And your officers are going to do what you allow them to do. And they're going to, if you allow them to do their job, then they're going to do their job. They're going to do it well. I've spoke to a lot of people here in Fannin County through this campaign and before. I've spoke with people for the past 8 years, and especially within the past 3 months, I've heard a lot of things. I've heard a lot of things about, you know, calls not being answered. This is just not from one person. This is not just from 2 people. This is from most everybody that I have talked to in Fannin County. Calls not being answered. They get degraded if they go up to the sheriff's office and they don't get treated with respect. It's time that we bring the sheriff's office back to the people, and it's time that we do that now. This is the time. This is a vital election, and I think that we need to bring the sheriff's office back to the people. I will get the people engaged. I will get the people involved, and by doing that, you have a much more successful sheriff's office, and you have much more trust from the community, and that's what I want to do. My experience has prepared me for this campaign. My experience has prepared me to be the sheriff of Fannin County. And I assure you, within the first 30 days, that you will see a big change in Fannin County and at the sheriff's office. You got to change the culture. And the culture right now, I believe that I know, I've worked here, and the sheriff has, you know, said some things. He's said some of the same things that he said the past 2 or 3 campaigns that have not came to fruition. He said that, you know, the people are, you know, and he's going to be all about the people. Well, he hasn't been, and he's had 15 years to do that. Okay, and I'm not, like I say, I'm not telling you this just to be telling you this. I've spoke to people, and I've spoke to people that are hurting. I've spoke to people that have been victimized. And I assure you that as your sheriff, I will work with the victims. I will work with each and every citizen to make this for the greater good of Fannin County. There's a couple other things that I wanted to speak about. We need to speak about the truth, okay? And the truth is that the people of Fannin County do not have trust in the sheriff's office, okay? And there's a reason for that. It comes from the very top. And like I said, as your sheriff, I will do those things. I will be there for you each and every day. I will pick up my phone each time you call. I ask for your vote, your support, and your prayers in this election. God bless y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, we are going to take a quick break and come back at 1:15. So, at 1:15, the school board candidates are going to come up.
She told me she was from
Oh yeah, they jacked her up on candy for our last. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Okay. Back here. Here.
Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing 1, 2.
We're going to get started with the debate for the Board of Education. When I call your name, please stand. Mr. Louis Deweese. Mr. Adam Bourne. Mr. Greg Staffens. Mr. Terry Bramlett. Mr. Chad Galloway. Mr. Robert Patterson. And Miss Ashley Herndon-Weeks. Please give a round of applause for Tennessee. You may be seated. Round one is going to be Mr. Louis Deweese with 30 years, Mr. Adam Bourne, and Mr. Greg Staffens. Mr. Deweese, you may start with your first question.
According to the Georgia milestone of 2023, statewide. Hello. According to Georgia milestones 2022-23 statewide scores, a larger percentage of Fannin County school children in grades 3 through 8 were reading below grade level compared to the state average. What do you think is the reason why Fannin County's children score lower on reading proficiency than the state average? I think a better way to answer that question is to tell you, we just switched back to, I just forgot what to call it. We changed our reading. Phonics. Just a few months ago, we changed our teaching method back to phonics. It was very successful for many years and started. Currently, we're teaching with phonics in our elementary schools, which I believe, and I've wanted for quite some time, I believe that will change this problem, our reading below average. We are improving even now with that problem. Thank you.
Everybody hear me? My first question is, do you agree with diversity, equity, and inclusion being taught in our schools? Why or why not? My answer to that is absolutely. We live, this is 2024, right? And we live in a predominantly white society here in Fannin County, but it's changing very rapidly, very quickly, and it's just not about race. It's about everything involved there. So the answer to that is absolutely. We should love our community, support our community. This week's been a rough week on our community. We are Fannin. That's what we always say, we are Fannin. And including everybody, regardless of race, sexual preference, and et cetera, is what we should do. That's my belief, and I will certainly stand by that.
Hey everybody, I'm Greg Stafford. I want to thank everybody for coming. So important to be involved in these things. I want to thank the high school, the GOP, for having this question and answer session. I want to thank my wife and my grandkids, my countless supporters of Jesus Christ, everything they've done for me to put me in this position. Sitting on the sidelines is easy to do, but it's very important to run for office. That's truly what makes America great. My first question is about, why are you running for school board? It's simply this. I want what's best for Fannin County. What's best for Blue Ridge. A world-class education. I want to be a taxpayer watchdog. I want to look after your money. We had $36 million in our budget. I want to see that every penny is spent wisely, not wasted on some building somewhere in a cow pasture full of paving. I want to see that the money's spent wisely. I want to see that 2,850 students are looked after. And I want to be the person that makes sure they get every penny of their money that goes to help kids. That's what it's all about. Kids and safety. Our legislature just passed, and their governor gave $45,000 in safety for every school in the state of Georgia. Fannin County, every school is going to get a check for $45,000 to help in safety. And it's so important that that money's spent wisely when it's given to the county. I'm not worried about if Sheriff Kirby had it. I know where it'd go. But I know if the school board gets a hold of it, it's got to be put in the right place so it helps kids and helps keep them safe. And that's why I'm running for school board.
That concludes our questions for seat 1. We're now going to start questions for seat 2. Mr. Terry Bramlett with 20 years and Miss Ashley Harrington Weeks. Mr. Bramlett, you are allowed to start your first question.
The U.S. Department of Education states that in year 2022-2023, on average, 7.6% of school funding came from federal government for the state of Georgia. Would you consider developing programs that will decrease our dependence on those monies and continue to drive the federal government out of the business of indoctrinating wokeness in our children? That's an interesting question. Most of the social issues that most of you have complained to me about do not originate here in Fannin County. They originate in Washington, D.C. They also originate under this Gold Dome down in Atlanta. And the way to solve those issues is to talk with your representatives, your senators, and let them know how you feel. We've put tremendous value on the values that we hold dear here in Fannin County. And the Board of Education will do everything possible to maintain those. To switch to a non-government funded system, quite frankly, is not realistic. We've studied the numbers. And yes, we could turn down that money and say, no, we're not going to accept it. But to do that, we would have to eliminate most of our peripheral programs. That includes transportation, that includes nutrition, that includes parapros, our nurses, our SROs, and then we'd still have to fire 50 teachers just to make the numbers work. But the real problem to that is that these federal and state agencies would come in on top of that and impose a non-compliance fee. A non-compliance fee that would bankrupt our system in no time, and then it would be controlled by a committee out of Atlanta. And I don't think anyone in this room wants our education system controlled by a committee out of Atlanta. Instead, we will continue to take reasonable approaches to these mandates. We will deal with them the way that Fannin County deals with them. And we all experienced that a few years back with a bathroom issue. Unfortunately, some of our personnel here in the county called news media from Atlanta and put us under a national spotlight, which made it a lot more difficult for us to come up with innovative ways to meet those mandates and still maintain the character and the integrity of Fannin County. We managed to do it, but it was difficult. Again, switching to a privately funded system, and we have the lowest education property tax in the state of Georgia. If we tripled that, we still would not be able to make the numbers work. And tripling would put us at the legal limit. The federal government and the state holds a lot of control over their purse strings. But in order to offer the quality education that we are offering today, this facility is a great example. This didn't exist 6 years ago. But in order to continue to offer our students as many opportunities to grow and to succeed as possible, we need to maintain that funding source. And then the job falls to us to implement those programs and as best we can to meet the federal mandates, but maintain what we consider Fannin County values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bramlett. Now for Ms. Ashley Herndon-Weeks.
Thank you. My question is, should school board workshops and meetings be open to the public? I've spoken on this many times. One big thing I have an issue with is having board meetings that are at 5:30 p.m. I know myself, as someone who works, has a very difficult time getting to the school board by 5:30. So absolutely, I think obviously it should be open to the public. I mean, that's the purpose of a school board, is to be transparent and accountable to your public. So a big thing I would like to see is those meetings be more accessible to the public and more transparency to the public in general. Just answering that question, obviously I would like the meetings to be at a more acceptable time for the whole public. And just to go over some of the things I've heard already, the federal funding question, that's a big topic. But at the end of the day, as citizens from Fannin County, we don't really want a dollar sign over our students' head either. I have 2 kids in the school system right now. I'm highly invested in this community, and my littlest one being in a kindergarten who's 6 years old, I don't want to have these federal government issues playing a role in his education. And the big thing about that is just being transparent with our community, just being out in the public and hearing the concerns of our Fannin County citizens. Is you know, our school board will say one thing, like, we're not going to do this, and then we hear things like, oh, we have done this. So a lot of the things that we have issues with is just, you all elect your school board members. So it's a school board member's job to literally be open and honest with the community. People don't want to hear one thing and sing another. So the big thing that we are running on is accountability and transparency in every single way, and just making sure our community, which is our major stakeholders, are a part of every single decision we make, and that we are hearing them, and that we are open to them, and that we are approachable in every way. The last thing you want to do, I don't know if you have ever walked into a school board meeting, but if you ever walked into a courtroom, it feels super similar. It doesn't feel very inviting. So the big thing we want is to have open lines of communication with our community, and we want the community to come. Like, if I'm on the school board, I encourage you to come, and I encourage you to speak, and I encourage you. I would encourage you to come, to advocate for your children, to advocate for your taxpayer dollars, to make sure that you are being heard, and to make sure that all your concerns are being recognized and appreciated and respected. And that when you do bring your concerns to the school board, that we follow up with you. I mean, the last thing you want to do is go voice your concerns at a school board meeting as a community member or as a parent, and you never hear back. It's like speaking to a blank canvas and no one speaking back. So the big thing, when you go speak, you want them to speak back to you, to answer your questions, to follow up with you, to follow up with your email. And I genuinely think, just from a parent and from being a former educator myself, when I've went in there and spoke myself, I've had to beg for responses. And I genuinely think that when there's an issue that arises, they don't want you to come back. In order to get something taken care of within the school system, you have to continually, month after month after month, keep showing up and keep showing those concerns to get it actually addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herndon Weeks. That's it for seat 2. Now for seat 3 with Mr. Chad Galloway and Mr. Robert Patterson. Mr. Galloway, you can read your first question.
My first question is, why did you vote to raise your salary from $400 to $1,000 per month? Thank you for that question. As a board member, everybody, I think, in the community sees us as board members only coming out one day a month. There is a ton of time that a board member puts into making a good board member puts into being that. We meet out more than I guess that anybody ever sees. Be a good reason for that. The time that it takes away from our family and our commitments. Every time that I meet out with the school board, whether it's a board retreat, whether it's to go for training, I have to take a day of vacation for my own employment. Regardless. And if anybody knows with the school system, and those that are in the school system, knows that the board, we try to be in the school system visible all the time, a lot during the month. Our board meetings, I know a lot of times I've heard it said that y'all look like a bunch of bobbleheads up there during the board meetings. But before that board meeting ever takes place, probably 3 weeks before that board meeting ever takes place, we're on the phone daily. We're not meeting, but we're actually talking daily with the superintendent. She's giving us emails. She's giving us guidance. She's giving us things that are coming up, directions that are going. Being on the school board, it's not just a one day a month thing. It is daily. And when you're not doing that just for the superintendent, you're taking calls from your constituents. And those come at all times of the night. You would think most people would respect certain things, but they don't. I have a family, I work, I go to church, but a lot of times those phone calls will come 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and as a good board member, you're supposed to take those calls, be responsible. So in order to hold us for a raise, I felt like it was time for us to be up to the times, and that we were matching the one that was at another organization and another board in the county gets paid the same exact thing. And that was what was brought to our attention. That was the reason that we went and took the proper steps. And to clarify as far as that goes, a board raise comes through legislation. It's not something that board members can vote or set. We have to put it before legislation. It goes down to the state capitol. They approve the board raise. It's nothing that we do ourselves. Yes, we ask for it, but it is not a single thing that a board member comes up with and says, hey, we need more money or whatever. That went down to the state. Speaker Ralston actually reached out to us when he was live and asked us if this is something that we felt like we needed. We said yes. We went through the proper steps and went through all of the proper vetting, and they voted on the raise from the county, not us as board members individually. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. Now time for Mr. Robert Patterson's question.
My question is, what are your unique qualifications to be considered for the school board? Qualifications, I mean, there's a lot of qualifications, to be considered, but I feel like the most important one for me is just the love for my community, the love for the people in this community, my friends and family and people like that. From what I see, it doesn't take a whole lot of qualifications, and I'm very qualified for the job, so the love that I do have for this community is what drives me to the place where I'm at. Just 8 years ago, I was voting in support for my opponent. And I stand here before you today running on that passion because I don't feel like we're getting exactly what we need to say that. But I'm not going to start casting stones and all that. I just want to say the love and passion that I have for our community and our kids is absolutely the unique qualification that I consider. And to go back on what was asked to the question before that, you know, I've volunteered a lot of time to this community, and I did it because I love this community, and I love our kids, and I love the people in this community. When I say volunteered, I've coached every sport you can imagine with my kids. I have a vested interest in this community. I got one in 4th grade, one in 7th grade, and I've coached football, baseball, basketball, all these sports, soccer, flag football, you name it. And I did it for free because I love them, and I love these kids, and I love our youth in this community. So just to say, just everybody knows me, I'm just straightforward on things, and I'll just be straightforward on this. To say that I need a raise to do those things, that don't sit well with me. I'll do the job for free. I don't care. I just want somebody to get in there that'll represent these kids and the beliefs that we stand on instead of the indoctrination and things that are coming down the line. We all know what's coming. That'll stand in there and do these things with or without pay because we all understand where we're at in our country. We all understand where we're at in our community, in our schools and stuff like that. That's what it's going to take to make change and do the right thing in this community. Somebody will stand up and say, I'll do it, and you can let whoever keep the pay. It's not about the pay. It's about doing what's right, standing up for what's right. I stand on God's word, and I know what's right, I know what's wrong, and I don't back down on those values. And I ask for the support of the community. If you have those same values, to stand on those with me, and let's move forward. I do believe we got a good school system, but I firmly believe that we can make it even better than it is. And I have that drive, that passion, I have that energy to step up and do it, and I'm willing to step up and do it. And it's time for us to do that. We need to move forward and get a plan together, get a vision back for our school, and move on. So, to answer my question, is for the love of this community. Go back on the other. It ain't about the pay. Let's get that out of our mind and recognize what needs to be done, what has to be done, and that we need to get some people in there that are willing to put in the energy and the work to say that things can't be done. That just gives me that much more drive to say, okay, and I'm going to do some fact checking on these things, because the way I figure it, on the things that we said we can't afford, if we let go of that, we're already well over $5 or $6 million just right off the top of my head. And that funding, that's just not adding up. So I will be fact checking that. Thank you. That's my answer to my question.
That concludes round 1. Time for round 2 with seat 2 with Ms. Ashley Herndon-Weeks and Mr. Terry Bramlett. Ms. Herndon-Weeks, when you're ready, you can read your question.
Yes, my next question is, what do you think is the best use of future SPLOST dollars for the benefit of each child? Wow, I'm glad I got this one. As I've been speaking, as I've been going around, where should our money go? My answer to that is always going to be our students. The job of the school system is student achievement. It's not an adult achievement, it's for our students. So where should our SPLOST money be going? We get a lot of SPLOST money, y'all, and that money could have been used in so many ways. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the school system, but if you look around our schools, we have 0 new schools. Your elementary schools were built in 1955, 1955, 1956. Your high school was built in 1976, and the newest school we have in Fannin County is the middle school, and I was the very first student there in 7th grade, and I'm now almost 44 years old, and that one was built in 1992. So we really seriously lack a vision moving forward. Had we have backed this up 20 years ago to a true vision moving forward, at this point, with all the money that runs through the Fannin County budget, we could have had new schools by now. If you look at our neighboring county, I was in Union County schools in 2006 when I had my first child, Grady, and they had that same vision. And now, in 2024, they're wrapping up their last school. They have all the things that we have. They have brand new schools, a new PAC, a new football stadium. Everything that we have, Ag Center, everything that we have, they have as well. The difference is they had the vision moving forward with their SPLOST money, and we did not. We have instead utilized our money more so in special interest groups that affect small amounts of students and adults. I've said this already, and I'll say it again. Every one of us up here have an opinion, but you will never, ever, ever in my life convince me that the nicest facility in Fannin County, the nicest facility we have, benefits our upper administration, while our students are sitting in the oldest, most ran down buildings in this entire county. You will never, ever convince me. I've heard us talk about leadership. My definition of leadership, I'm a leader by nature. I think God designed me to be a leader when I was born. I've been put in leadership roles my entire life. Leadership, let me tell you a good example of that. Leaderships are your last. I own a business. I will always put myself last. You will never catch me put myself first. One of my favorite saying is leaders eat last. And that's a fact, y'all. You want to see what leadership looks like? Then our students should have been put first originally. This shouldn't be an afterthought. So, I mean, it's done moving forward. These buildings are here. Moving forward, every dollar we have should be spent toward our students, period. One little thing I'll hit really quick is a question I was asked a minute ago to Robert was unique qualifications. If you look at really what qualifies a school board member, I do believe I check all those. I am a former educator. I've had 15 years in the classroom. I've taught special education, severe and profound. I've taught inclusion special education. I've taught physical education. I've taught health. I've coached every female sport besides volleyball. I've drove a school bus. I've been a paraprofessional, which honestly the hardest job I've ever done to date was being that paraprofessional, which is almost the same salary as our current school board members, just FYI. When your paraprofessionals are only a few $1,000s off of your school board members, we have a serious problem there. And I know full well all about this increase in pay. I've done this research, y'all. We are actually the top 15 school districts in the state of Georgia on pay. But if you look at the school boards in front of us, they're managing 130 schools, 50 schools, 110 schools, 110 schools. Fannin County's managing 5 schools. So if you think we should be the same pay, I'm like Robert, I'll do this for free. You can keep your pay and you can keep your benefits. I'll do this job for free because I'm in this for public service, and I'm in this for my students, and I'm in this for faculty, and I'm in this for staff. We are here for student achievement. We are here to support our faculty, support our staff. We want to make them feel appreciated. We want to make them feel as if their job matters. This morale we have of making people feel replaceable. Like, there's 15 people in line to get your job. That's not how you lead. You want to hear leadership, you appreciate your people. And in turn, when those faculty and those staff are appreciated, guess who really benefits from that long run? It is your students. So thank you very much.
Well, we have a lot of ground to cover here. The Georgia Association of Educational Leaders awarded the Fannin County School System with the Vision Award for the year 2023-2024 for our accomplishments and for our plans for the future. Let's back up to qualifications. I have an associate degree in business administration, a bachelor's degree in economics. I have over 200 hours of school board specific training. I have 20 years of teaching experience at Gainesville College and 20 years of experience on the Board of Education. Let's talk a little bit about transparency, since that's been a major campaign issue. The Board of Education is as transparent as the law will allow. There are very detailed and specific rules regarding what can be discussed in public and what can be discussed in executive session and what cannot be discussed. And we follow the rules. We follow them explicitly, even the little ones. I won't talk much about the sign ordinance, but we follow all of the rules. And if you can't follow even the small rules, those one-on-one interviews with the state auditors are going to be a circus. Transparency in the meetings. All of our Board of Education meetings are open to the public. And yes, they occur at 5:30, and that was moved from 7 o'clock out of consideration for the administrators, the directors, the principals, and the teachers who have to attend those meetings, who start their day at 7 in the morning. If they have to stay until 7 in the evening to start a meeting, which is probably going to last an hour and a half, and then another 30 minutes home, that's a 14-hour day. The move was made to accommodate our personnel and to make it more convenient for them. The meetings are streamed on Rebel TV. You can set your DVR and record it. The minutes are always available. And issues that are raised, well, I think I'm beyond my response time, so let me move on to the question. I'll respond to some of the other issues that have been brought up on the next round. What are the plans for the millions of future SPLOST dollars? We have some immediate plans. The next one will include a new softball and baseball facility at the high school. They're much needed, and we'll equalize the facilities for both our girls and our boys so that we will not face Title IX issues. We'll also include a multi-use facility with an expanded weight room for our athletes and for our weight training classes. The second floor will be used as a multi-purpose facility that will accommodate wrestling, our competition dance team, and anyone else that needs to use that space. Beyond that, we will respond to demographics, we will respond to where our students are located, but I will tell you that we have acquired enough property to expand and take care of those future growth needs. There's no one rule or one plan at this point, but instead of just hauling off and building a school somewhere, perhaps we might look at, and incidentally, our schools have been renovated. They're virtually better than new. They are clean, they're efficient, they have every technical advantage that any school offers and more than most. But perhaps we would look at converting our elementary schools to pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, first and second grade academies. Move our third, fourth, and fifth grade to the current middle school facility because it has 3 wings. And maybe we look at building a new junior high facility adjacent to the high school on the property that is paid for. And that way they could share some of the facilities there. There are a lot of possibilities. There's no set rule. Again, we will respond to demographics, we will respond to the needs of our students, and we will proceed responsibly. Some of these systems that have a lot of the same facilities that we were comparing earlier, or my opponent was, they also have a lot of debt. We have 0 debt. We build and we stage our projects so that we pay as we go, and every single one of those SPLOST dollars go to benefit our students, whether it's through training for our faculty or whether it's actual facilities for our students. Thank you.
That concludes seat 2. Now for seat 3 with Mr. Robert Patterson and Mr. Chad Galloway. Mr. Patterson, when you're ready, you can read the question.
question reads, if you win a seat on the school board, how long do you plan to serve? Do you think there should be a term limit? That's pretty easy for me. I've thought about this. I do think there needs to be a term limit. I would say 2, maybe 3 terms. It's hard to put together something, a vision for something, and a goal to reach in just 4 years. So I don't think that would be, that would be a good idea. But a couple of terms, maybe 3 terms. I don't think you should make a lifetime out of it. I really don't. I think you should have, vested interest in the school. Kids in the school is a good idea. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can say about that. I plan personally to spend at least 2 terms in here, maybe 3. And I say that for this because I do have a vision, and this is in my mind. I'm not saying this is where we're going, but we've got to have a plan. We've got to have a goal, and I've got a 10 to 12 year plan. I would say a 12-year plan. That's why I say 3 terms, because it takes time to get these things done. There's a lot of planning and a lot of things. We have bought land. We have done these things. That's there. It can be used now. Would I have paid some of the prices that was paid for them, or would I have negotiated better prices and used some of that money for other things? I probably would have. I think that's one thing I bring to the table is, I build, grade, and do those things, and I understand how the process works a little bit better, I think, and, I do my homework. I don't just go out and buy a piece of land and say, well, we'll check it out when we get there. No, I ask for a due diligence, and I do my homework on it, and I go in there and see if there's things that's going to cost me extra money to handle, and I don't believe that's the way, land purchases have been handled. I think it's been, let's just get it and fly by the seat of our pants kind of mentality on it. That's just my opinion. And, so that plan, is pretty solid. It does involve getting our schools updated to better schools and stuff, and putting us last. And then I want to touch back on just for a second, the qualifications again. Not to keep beating that up, but back to the qualifications. I've got a doctor's degree in hard work. Okay, that's what I do. I work hard. I get out every day. Okay? Get up, get my coffee, I get my work clothes on, I go to work. I know what it's like. I come up, one of 4 kids raised by a single mother. I know the importance of those dollars. And that tax bill comes in, for some families that's a burden. And it was for our family. So that's something that's a burden on people, and I believe that I have an understanding of how that money needs to be treated. It needs to be treated with a lot of respect and a lot of thought. And I think that's one thing we need to look at is, how we're spending that. Just as Reggie's touched on that, Greg Stafford has. And, so for me, it's, I believe that I bring a good perspective to the table on how to handle these future projects, because that is one big thing that the school board does is budget, and the budget as far as how the money's spent, what we're going to spend it on, things like that. There's no reason to get blindsided when you go in and buy, a $4 or $6 million piece of property. There should be no blindside. And all the homework needs to be done on it up front. And I'm willing to put that work in and do it and make sure that we're protected on those things and things are looked at fully with our purchases, with our policies and the things that the school board handles. So hope I answered your question. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Galloway, you may read your question.
Thank you. Let me just address a few things that I've heard already. Term limits. As a board member, like Mr. Patterson said, to get things done in the school system does take time. You have to have a vision and things. Things don't happen overnight. So to put term limits on a board member would be a hard thing to do to get things done in the school system. There's a lot of things that when I first come on the board 8 years ago, I am just now getting to see come to fruition. It's taken that long. I don't know how to speed up that process. A lot of that is controlled by the state, different things with funding and everything. But to put term limits on a board member would be detrimental to our school system. Let me just put it that way. I don't see us staying in there for life, as some of them have said, but I do see that the longevity does come some stability. We say that. Qualifications. I have 2 children in the school system myself. I have a 9th grader and I have a sophomore. Been on the school board for 8 years. I've been in countless trainings. I still, to this day, with all the trainings and stuff that I've had, do not understand fully 100% all the names, all the things, all the programs, all the Perkins grants. Every grant, there's so many grants, there's so many things in this system that I still, to this day, do not understand. But I am learning. And for somebody to say that a term limit or a board member can get these in 4 years, I beg to differ. Somebody else may be able to, but it has taken me a while to figure it out. Due diligence on land properties and things. This school board has been trying to purchase certain properties that we were able to get for years. Generations have tried to purchase certain properties that we've had. Due diligence is always done before we ever buy a single piece of property. There's several properties, and can't get into all that because of laws and things, but we look at that we do not buy, that we do not purchase because due diligence is done, that we walk away from. We don't take anything lightly, especially me, my personal self. When it comes to taxpayer dollars, I'm very, very conservative with those. I'm not just going to throw them away. So let me get to my question here. Much of the school board discussion takes place in workshop sessions. Prior to the school board meeting, they used to be open to the public before COVID. Are you willing to allow the public to attend these sessions either in person or providing them a Zoom link? If not, why? I am definitely open to coming back to work sessions. There again, though, it does take whoever's on the board a day of work to come into those work sessions. You will lose a day of work, and that's fine. I don't mind. That is the reason I'm on the board. I did it when I first come before COVID. It was a thing that I just adjusted to, and I accepted it. More than willing to do that. I think transparency is one of the most important things in this school board. And I am very well open to going back to public work sessions. If that's what the board chooses and decides as a whole, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. That concludes our seat 3 debate. Seat 1 with Mr. Adam Bourne, Mr. Greg Staffens, and Mr. Louis DeWest. I would like to remind you to please answer your questions first and then go into your debate if you have any. Please. So, Mr. Adam Bourne, when you're ready, you may read your question.
All right, my second question is, what do you see as the primary work of the school board? The school board has 3 functions: your setting policy, maintaining your budget, and hiring and firing your superintendent, right? But I'll expand on that a little bit, because it's much more than that, as some of these folks have already talked about. As a school board member, you're a number of things. You're an advocate for parents, teachers, taxpayers, students. It's your obligation, your responsibility to lend an ear to every one of these people and understand the needs in your community. And what we as a school board need to do is open our ears to these folks, offer our time to them, hear them out so that we can properly plan our vision. A lot of the school board, a lot of this building, for example, this building didn't happen overnight. It took years to plan, design, develop, build, fund. Those things happen over time. So you have to have a vision. It's very important that the school board collaborates and has a vision on the school's future. Also, protecting students and staff. That's actually a very important piece for me, is school security. We do a very good job at that, but certainly we need to continue to look at that on a very regular basis. That's, in my opinion, that's a board member's duty, is to make sure we are protecting our students and staff and faculty the way we should. I think we should think progressively. We should think down the road. Funding doesn't always come. You don't always get funding today for what's coming down the road, right? Sometimes Fed funding and state funding, they won't send you a few $1 million because they think something's going to happen in your community in 2028. So we have to plan for the future, but fund for today. And I think we have to work very hard to offer our kids an exceptional education opportunity. We have a short time to be with these kids, and it's our obligation to charge the superintendent and the school system to offer our kids the best educational experience, period. You think about it, these buildings that we build, again, going back to that, they take years to plan, design, develop. We don't want to put a kid behind by not having that available to them, so that we can prepare them for life after school, whether it be college or work. We want kids to come out of school, go into the workforce ready to work. And that takes planning and development. We've got good plans in place. Those are in place. We've got to continue that and get it done. Also, I believe it's important that we represent all Fannin County as well and offer our guidance and support to superintendents, staff, principals, teachers, all the way down the line. That culture starts at the top. And I believe the top is with the board. I believe the board has the opportunity to set the tone for the culture, and it starts there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Mr. Greg Staffens, when you're ready, you can read your question.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, what do you see as a major issue facing public education today? Well, it's simply this: the Democrats are a problem. They bring these crazy ass ideas that we don't need, transgender stuff, and all that comes with it is just ludicrous. And if we can't stop it in the ground right now, at the level that we're at right now, then we don't need to be up here. Because that's why I'm running, and that's the difference I want to make, is I want to punch it in the nose and stop it, and this foolishness has got to end. And the buck's going to stop with Greg Stafford. Thank you.
Excuse me, right quick. Just as a reminder, no foul language. That's your only warning. It'll be Mr. Louis DeWeese is next. You can read your next question.
Hello? Okay. Don't let the old man in. That's one of my favorite songs right now. Let me start saying, let me take Chad off of the hook. I was chairman when we raised our monthly wages. I'm proud that we did. Chad and Mr. Bramlett and other members were very reluctant. They had to be won over to change that. So I was responsible, and I take responsibility for it, and I'd do it again. The workman is worthy of his wages. And they do. The next thing, the question was asked about do I ask the administration any questions? Yes, I do every board meeting, and I intend to continue to address the 5-minute reception that we offer the public. Ms. Harrington is correct. She's absolutely right. 5 minutes is not long enough, and when you finish your 5 minutes, you should have the opportunity of saying, Mr. Chair, can we table this discussion till next month so that the board members can be informed, so that she or he, when they come to the board, they'll know they're reverenced and respected. And that has been and is my position on that issue. And just to clear the air, Mr. Bramlett was kind with his handling of our federal funds. This is the way I'd say it. Title IX, identity, restrooms, I'd stand and fight because I'm a Christian. I believe God's word and he's my counselor. And if it ever comes to the issue where Fannin County faces the issues that are tossed around about those issues, I'll stand and fight, and these guys won't say, but I bet you they will. They're discreet and not wanting to arouse the issue and cause it to come to Fannin County is where they're coming from. If and when it does come, I've known country people all my life, and I tell you what, if the federal government brings somebody up and puts them in front of one of our bathrooms, and they ask our girls to go in with boys, or boys to go in with girls, there'll be enough country boys line up around the school, and they'll carry those people back to Atlanta. Now, what haven't I covered? Federal funds. They're not a big portion of our budget, but they're important. And they're different programs and special programs that the children have. Speaking of the children, right now, I can tell you with every bone in my fiber, Fannin County offers our children the best education that's ever been offered to them. Every minute of their time, every program, everything is issued and figured toward kids first. Our administrators, our superintendent, the people that administer and over those things, our teachers, they're the best that I've ever seen. They work together, they work for the children, and the land acquisition of the central office. I don't know if the commissioner's still here, but he made it possible for the school board working with us. He offered us that property at the best price of any land that the school system has ever been able to purchase. I forget what the figure was. It was astronomically low, the price per acre that we paid for that property. The acquisition of the new property, as was alluded to, the school system, someone alluded to my old age of 30 years. Well, I have been there 30 years, and 30 years ago, that was one of the subjects that we discussed, trying to buy the Weeks property. I think I've been, and that came to reality. Let me touch on the splosh funds. The reason you have
Power on. Bluetooth.
my blood pressure made it stop. highest form of tax there is. All of the SPOS funds can only be utilized and used for specific purposes. They can't pay teachers' salaries or a lot of those programs. And that's why they appear in some ways to be on fire. But like I started to say when I went out, our tax base here in Fannin County is the lowest, let me say that again, the lowest in Georgia. And that's compliments partially because of the SPOS funds. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes round 2. Now for round 3, seat 3, Mr. Chad Galloway and Mr. Robert Patterson. Mr. Galloway, you have the first question.
If the founder's original intent of public service was to serve only for a short period of time, and then to return to the private sector, how long do you think you should serve on the school board and why? I think I've already touched on term limits. But far as me serving here on the board, a lot of prayer, a lot of thought goes into to this time actually running again. But I think I can officially go ahead and tell you is that if I win this term, this would probably be my last term that I would run for the school. But I do think 3 terms is a good long time. It's enough to get a lot of things done. But I would officially say that that's more than likely would be my last term, given that opportunity. Do I think the founding fathers intended for us to stay on here for our lifetime? No, I do not. I do think that sometimes a fresh set of eyes does come along and it does make things open up stuff that we probably wouldn't have normally seen. But I also do see that longevity does give stability. In a lot of school systems, when you're turning over superintendents and you're turning over personnel and admin every year, those school systems have no stability. There's nothing, no worse than being in the school system. And I personally worked in a school system that had that. And I'll be honest with you, you fear for your job every day, not knowing where it's coming from. So I do see stability in that. I want to touch on qualifications. I didn't get enough on that. I wanted to tell you about. I currently work with the University of North Georgia in the facilities department, where I'm actually in control and in charge of right now a state project that's adding on to our school system, a $10 million project. I feel like I have a first-hand knowledge of what's going on when it comes to buildings and school facilities. I feel like I have a first-hand knowledge of all the state laws and things that are required. Goes into the planning of all of these facilities. I currently been there for 3.5 years. Before that, my previous employment was in the Gilmer County Facilities Department, where I actually know on a day-to-day basis when I was there what the school systems did, the amount of money that it took, how the things were used, the facilities, how the money come into it, the budgets and stuff. So I feel like I'm extremely qualified when it comes to that of the building the new buildings in the school systems. Education is a huge part of my life. My mother taught for 38 years. Most of my family, sisters, brother-in-laws are educators. It goes down both sides. I can't remember a time in my life that education wasn't some kind of conversation around my dinner table. And I take it dear and near to my heart, and I love our school system. To be qualified, I think that got a few of those boxes checked myself. With that, I'll.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. When you're ready, Mr. Patterson.
Use my first couple minutes just to kind of go over something here. It's just some notes I wrote down. Every building that we sat in, prime example of some of the stuff we're talking about is wasteful spending. It still continues today. I'm sorry, it's just the facts. I think it's a lack of understanding and logistics in the building. That's just me. One man's opinion. Paid $1.5 million for the property, have no access, dealing with railroad tracks. It's a gravy nightmare. The very building we're set in right now. If you don't believe me, you go out, look at the big banks and stuff, and what had to be done to grade this spot. Wetlands we had to deal with, lawsuits that we knew was coming, property was purchased, and then the simple fact that it was built in between nowhere. The middle school, the high school, however you want to call it. In a time when we had a shortage of bus drivers and no transportation, we built it out here where it's at. We got a bunch of kids out here. That's a fact. We all know it's not a secret the problems that we're facing with this property right here. So that's just an example of mine that I wrote down. I'll stick by it until the end. I'll stick by what I think. My question, to go on to that, what are some of the problems that you would like to address in the school system? One of them is probably one big part of my platform, which is I call it the vocational. That's what we all know it as. We all grew up with it, vocational. CTESE, I guess is what they call it now. What is it? CTAE. Just common terms, we all called it vocational track, and that was your welding, all these things like that. I think that some of those things are back on the mend, and I'm thankful for that, but I think we can do a lot better with it. That's the things I want to change in the school. When I say that, I have to compare it to, and I'm sorry, but it's the truth, I have to compare it to our superintendent building over here, or our BOE building, whatever you want to call it. It's a nice facility, but we got our shop and stuff out here with no cover on the parking lot, trying to work on vehicles, trying to learn how to do stuff like that. Okay? That's just me. How much does it cost to put a shed out there and get them in the dry? I mean, I'm just saying. I appreciate what's been started back on that. It should have never slipped away, but I want to take it way further than it is. I feel like if we're going to do those trades and send these kids out into send our children out into the community, that they should be ready to enter these work fields. And the only way to do that is give them state-of-the-art stuff in those programs that they can be working with, facilities where they can work on those vehicles. And I remember a time when we were in there, we had welders and all these things that we needed. And now they don't have everything they need, and we're still in the same building that they was back then in the 70s and the 80s, doing the same thing but with less stuff to do it with. So that's a big thing that I would like to change, and a big part of my platform, just one part of it, is the vocational stuff. The work field that we have, we're begging, as a builder and as a grader and stuff, we're begging for good, qualified people to come into the workforce, ready to go. And I think the education is getting clouded up with a lot of other stuff and a lot of other red tape stuff that needs to be eliminated. And so that's a big thing for me, and a big thing that I would change in the schools. Got time, 47 seconds. All right, I think I blinked a minute too a while ago, so I might have a minute for you too. So I do this to serve. I'm qualified for this because I am a servant, and I say that. I served 15 years as a fireman, served in the community coaching and doing those things. But there's two things that come to mind when I think about serving. And this is just old country boys terms, because I just like to keep stuff simple. There's two ways to serve. And it's to self-serve or it's to serve others. And I'm not about self-serving. It's not about me. I'm the least important person in all of this. And I don't care to say that. But I understand that. Okay? And I'm okay with that. I'm here to serve others, not self. Thank you.
time for seat 1 with Mr. Greg Stafford, Mr. Louis DeWes, and Mr. Adam Bourne. Mr. Stafford, when you're ready, you can read your question.
Hello, okay. My last one is, do you believe children should be taught there are more than 2 sexes beginning in kindergarten? And explain that. So, well, I don't know how to explain it really, because there's not but 2 sexes, boys and girls. And the bathrooms are marked as such. Your birth certificates come that way. So this democratic thought of having transgender people, I don't know where it's come from, but it is wrong. It's biblically wrong. It's morally wrong. And I have no part in it. I will not stand for it to be any part of it. And that's about all I can say about that mess. It is a mess. And I won't have any part of it. I'll stand up for the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. When you're ready, Mr. DeWes.
My third question was, why was the huge school board administration building built before technical? Thank you. My third question was, is it working now? Why was the huge school board administration building built before technical education facilities were built? Don't say it was free money. There is no such thing. I have never seen more than 15 cars there, usually about the city. I partially addressed that question earlier. The property originally, first off, it's central to Fannin County for the bus locations. So it's the central office, central to all the school systems. Once again, compliments of our commission board. We were given the best property purchase that I guess we've ever had the joy of buying. Why it was before the technical building is another question. We were in discussion and in the operation of moving. When we moved it, we've been working on the tech building because it was originally in the back closet in the central office. The plumbing there was unbearable, among other issues. The comment, there is no such thing as free money. I don't know how to address that other than to say that the SPLOSH funds built the central office, built all of our facilities. It puts the roof on it. It does all the maintenance type repairs on the school system. Once again, it can't be used for what we would love to use it for, is teachers' pay, etc. It can be used for teacher material, repair, and it's used very efficiently. We get a report each board meeting of all the repairs that our maintenance people have did. And I'd like to reiterate one more time. Our children, when they leave Fannin County schools, are the best prepared that they've ever been. Well, actually, we had a young lady that won national honors with her welding skills. We've had many state awards through our children because of the many programs that are in place through what was just discussed. Our system has never been better to my knowledge. And I'm very proud of it. You can always improve. There's always room doing things better. But right now, once again, we have in place the best team that's working to do that in Fannin County. I think I'll add this comment. I'm an old school Republican. My dad taught me that a man was no better than his word. To sit down and make up my mind what I was and what I believed in, and then to stand on it, unless somebody else came and was good enough to help me realize that I was wrong. If I was wrong, to change. And I'll commit to this. My goal is kids first. One of the reasons I get scared to death up here when I'm talking is I think it helps everybody else talk. I use that as an excuse. I don't apologize for being upset. I'll just tell you that when I'm scared to death or I'm uncomfortable or I'm in front of a crowd or whatever I'm doing, I'll fall back on those basic values that my dad taught, that Jesus is Lord, and He'll stick with me and help me. When I call out in trouble, He hears me. And I don't care how I look on the board or anywhere else. I'll sit down on the floor and cry like a baby. But I'll still try to maintain those standards that I was taught and grew up with. It's not pretty. But when I have to go home and lay down at night, I lay down with a clear conscience. Because I do the praying before I go to bed, and I do it when I wake up in the morning. I say, thank you, Lord.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Adam Bourne, you may read your question when you're ready.
I want to respond to a couple of things. Should I do that first or after? Just a couple of things I want to respond to. I'm certainly proud to be a part of Fannin County. I'm proud of Fannin County schools. I always tell the folks that I talk to, I bleed red, white, and Fannin County blue. So I'm very proud of that. I would submit to the current board that the CTAE building has been a burr in my crawl. And I know Mr. DeWish, you said we're offering the best educational experience. And to the extent that we can right now, I do firmly believe we are. But I do think that those building improvements would certainly offer a better experience. And at this moment, I don't have a better explanation as of why we haven't made further progress on that. I certainly understand the plans that we've talked about in board meetings. I understand the vision, but for me personally, I don't understand why that was put secondary to the administrative building. So just letting you guys know that. Perhaps there's a better explanation. If there is, I'd love to talk to you guys about it. So just letting you guys know that. Another thing I'll touch on here in just a moment. I'm a banker. That's banker, not baker. My Appalachian dialect gets me sometimes. I'm very proud of our school system for being debt-free. And I am certainly, that's something that Fannin County, if you folks listening or you folks here, if you folks listening or you folks here don't understand that, if you don't know that, that's something that Fannin County has that not a lot of other counties can have. I'm proud of that. And I appreciate the conservatism that we've had for years. I do. I appreciate that. But I will say this, just for the record, if money is an issue, and I'm not advocating for loans, so don't mistake me here or don't mistake me in the paper or with your friends. I'm not an advocate to go borrowing money. But if money is an issue, I am not opposed to spending interest dollars if it gets our children taught faster. I want to make that clear. You know, if money is an issue and we can get something faster done by borrowing money and building facilities, well, you got kids in high school now that are going to miss out on the new CTAE building that we're building because we're waiting, because funding, right? That's hypothetical. That's an example that I'm giving you guys. So consider that. Just wanted to make that point. My question is, what in your professional life has prepared you for the school board? Great question. Thank you for that. So I'll go personal and professional, if you will. I'm a father, number one. I'm a husband. I'm a taxpayer here in the county. I'm a community leader. I'm a coach. So those all things I believe are very important. But I spent my last 22 years working in banking. I have graduated from the Georgia Bankers Association School of Banking at the University of Georgia. Completed a year-long leadership course with United Community Bank in conjunction with Clemson University. For the past 5 years, I've been president of United Community Bank in Blairsville, Georgia. I control a $1 billion bank, about 50 employees. As you can imagine, being the president of a bank through COVID, which you guys experienced at the school board, and through all the ups and downs in our economy, it requires you to wear a lot of hats. I feel like I'm very well experienced in that. I'm very well qualified in that. I can read a budget. I brought a budget with me. Matter of fact, Greg, I think you were a little bit misstated on the budget. There's a copy in case you need it. They pass those out at the school board meetings. So I'm very well qualified for this position from a professional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. That concludes our seat 1. And now on to seat 2, our last section of round 3, with Mr. Terry Bramlett and Miss Ashley Harrington-Weeks. Mr. Bramlett, once we get the microphone, you can start when you want.
Thank you, Caitlin. Let me address a couple of issues that have been brought forward regarding purchase of property. As you can imagine, the location and availability of large parcels of property very, very limited. This facility is sitting on 32 acres of land that lends itself well to the purpose for which we're using it. We just built a new greenhouse outside. We've maintained space for a road down to the lower levels, and we're looking at a large animal facility there and the possibilities thereof. Our Young Farmers organization here is very active and very helpful in helping us pursue those programs. But again, you can't just walk up to the high school and say, I believe I would prefer this 220 acres to that 220 acres. It doesn't exist. We were blessed to acquire that property, and it was expensive. So is your property. You know what property values have done in Fannin County in recent years. In regards to the CTAE program, our CTAE program is thriving. We offer, oh my goodness, forestry and animal science systems, veterinary science, fine furniture, audiovisual, nursing, patient care, EMT, engineering and technology, horticulture and animal systems, small animal care, electrical, teaching as a profession, sports medicine, food and nutrition, automotive, horticulture, forest systems, carpentry, welding, general medicine, pharmacy, and programming, and a number of those offer industry-level certificates when they complete the pathway so that they can walk directly out of this high school and into a profession. Incidentally, as far as the CTAE facility, it's already scheduled to be decommissioned. We just took down the old greenhouse to make room for temporary shelter. We are in the planning stage right now for a new CTAE complex on the new property there adjacent to the high school. And it will incorporate as many of these programs as we possibly can because we want the very best for our students, whether they're college bound or whether they're looking for a skilled position in our community. And we are so very proud of our CTAE, but I do want you to know that we are already in the planning process for a new career and technology complex. We mentioned service.
218.
Okay. Services qualification, I'm sure, and I coached the youth basketball sports whenever my children were in school, but our service to youth, my wife and I have made it a priority in our lives, and it goes well beyond the Fannin County school system. I have taught leadership and character development courses all over this country. This little pin on my collar is from President George Bush. It's the Presidential Call to Service Award, and it's in recognition of 4,000 or over 4,000 documented volunteer hours, and all of those were directed to you. I'm here because I care about young people, and I want the very best for the students of Fannin County. The question that I have regarding is part of the reading and math proficiency scores for Fannin schools. I can't give you the exact figure, but I can tell you that our education system will always be aspirational in nature. We are not where we want to be. And we've recognized the need for improvement, particularly in early childhood literacy. And we've taken a very proactive approach to that. We're dedicated to increasing those early literacy scores because, quite frankly, it's the basis for all learning. And we're investing time and resources. We've given multiple books to each preschool student in the district. Each Fannin County school system preschooler will go home with a box of 12 books for reading over the summer. Our scores are increasing, but we're not where we want to be. Our 2023 AP scores are higher than the state average in art, calculus, chemistry, English language, microeconomics, and U.S. history. Students scoring proficient or distinguished on the milestones test 2017 to 2023 are above the recent average and the state percentage in math and social studies, and we're above the recent average in science as well. Again, we're not where we want to be, and we never will be. We'll never be satisfied. We'll always look for ways that we can improve the offering and improve the opportunities for our students. And I think my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brumlett. Ms. Harrington Weeks, when you're ready.
I'll address my question first. My question is, what is the first change you will make once you win a seat on the school board? Also like that question as well. If you look at what the school board is in charge of, we've said already, superintendent, policy, and budget. One of the biggest things I would like to see immediately is culture. If you are a faculty or a staff member in Fannin County Schools, I can reassure you today that the culture is not well. If it was well, I don't think you'd see 7 people up here right now, first of all. Second of all you got to do is ask current school employees. Ask them what the culture of this community is in this school system. It is not good. So if you are a school board member and you are in charge of the superintendent, then that leadership starts at the top. Your culture starts at the top. That's what leadership is. Leadership, again, like I said a minute ago, is really putting yourself last and putting your faculty, your staff, and your students before you and before your needs. So definitely the culture has to stop and turn around and change immediately. One of the main reasons I'm running is for our faculty and is for our staff. They really don't have a voice. They are not encouraged to speak up. They are not encouraged to have an opinion. They are told to be quiet and do what they're told to do. It doesn't matter what job you come from. If you do not feel supported and you are not appreciated, you feel it. You literally feel it in every aspect. And coming from an educator's perspective, if you are not treating your faculty and staff as you're supposed to treat them, then there is going to be a trickle-down effect to students. If it always comes back to student achievement, you really do have to appreciate and value your faculty and your staff, because I've heard otherwise, but they are the backbone. Your faculty and your staff is the backbone of Fannin County Schools. You want to reach student achievement? That question just asked my opponent, I have it all here. I'm a research-based person. I have every test score, every student performance. I'm not going to take my time up by saying those things, but I have them. The benefit of having a former educator on your school board is I'm not going to have something pulled over my eyes. I understand how the school system functions. I've worked in the school system 6 years. I understand it. It is important to have a former educator on your school board. Okay, let me address some of the things I've heard, and hopefully I'll have enough time. The thing I want to address the most is my opponent saying your schools have been renovated from the ground up. If there's faculty and staff listening on Rebel TV or sitting here today, they very well may have choked on their food or drink when they heard that statement. That is simply not true. You walk your tail into a school system and you see how highly renovated that is. My family comes from construction. My dad's up there right now. Ask him if he's ever went to renovate a house, if he just painted it and walked away. Because maybe if paint is renovation, then maybe they are renovated from the ground to the ceiling. So I have a lot more to come on that in the future, but I'll move on from that. The term limit thing, I want to address that. I do agree with what Chad said. 2 to 3 terms is plenty enough. And if you have true leadership in your school board, then what should be happening is when you're at the end of your 2 or 3 year terms, you should be going out. You should be mentoring your replacement. You shouldn't be offended that someone has chose to stand up and run against you. You are the one. It is always back to students. It's always back to the betterment of students and student achievement. If I am a true leader at the end of my term, I will personally go find somebody who will take my spot. I would mentor them and I would have them ready, because it's not about me. The school board seat is not about me. Who is it about? It is about our students. It's not a legacy seat. You're not guaranteed your spot election after election solely because you've already been in there. So first of all, I really think that is the major thing. You really should be wanting someone to replace you when your relevance has run out. One other thing I'll hit is work sessions. And I heard Mr. Galloway speak on that too. Other communities and other school districts have work sessions. So I don't know about you all, but I don't mind working all the time. I work all the time. I love to work. I'm a worker by nature. So you should have other communities around us and their districts. They may have a work session on Monday and a school board meeting on Thursday, or other neighboring schools, they may have their work session right before the public meeting. But those work sessions have to be there. And if you win an election seat, you should want that extra time. You should want to be going in there and working. Thank you.
The clock will still have 5 minutes on it, and we'll stop it at 2.
They were all given a number, or they all picked a number, and now they're going to look at their order and determine, based on their number, who's going to go first for their 3-minute last statement. So Mr. Greg Stafford is number 1. If you don't mind, before we begin, can you all say your numbers or raise your hand if you're second? Third, fourth, fifth is, yep, and sixth. Seventh, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Fannin County GOP for putting this event on. I'd like to thank the high school group for hosting it, for moderating it. Done a wonderful job, young lady. I'd like to thank my wife, my kids, and my grandkids. I'd like to thank your Lord Jesus Christ. I'd like to thank all the candidates for running. And it's so important not to be sitting on the sideline. Get out there and make a difference. My background is being a father, a grandfather, and a husband. I'm a strong advocate for sports and education. My daughter's a teacher and a coach. She coaches basketball and softball. I coached her as a child. I feel like I planted a seed in her that she has grown up to experience. I'm a member of the Ridge Community Church. I was educated at DeKalb College Technical and Engineering Program, at West Georgia College of Business Management. I went to work at my family business. We have a steel company. We employed 800 people. My dad told me, first day of work, he said, I want you to learn every job in this factory and in this business, and you'll know what it takes to do that job. So nobody can come to you and say it took 2 hours to do something, and you know you did it in an hour. Well, I take management just that away. The lesson I was taught as a teenager and a college student, growing up in the steel business, I know what it's like to meet a payroll. I signed the front of the check, not the back. It's very important to understand where the money goes. It's not a bunch of monopoly money. It's not a bunch of money that just shows up. It's taxpayer money, and it's got to be watched. I plan on being a taxpayer watchdog. Early on, I was appointed to the governor's staff by Zell Miller and Joe Frank Harris. I headed up the Small Business Development Division for the entire state of Georgia. I was appointed to those positions. I served at the governor's pleasure and my expense. I never once took a penny from the state for my service. I think it's ludicrous that we have a school board that goes from a $200 salary to a $1,000 salary overnight. I think it's ridiculous. I've recently been renamed to the governor's staff, which is quite an honor. Johnny Chastain and Ray Martinez came down to the Capitol and swore me in. And I'm honored to be there again for the governor. I want to thank David Ralston for what he's done for our community, our college. He's a fallen hero and absolutely deserves a round of applause for this event and his accomplishments. We have a new construction on the horizon. And I've been a contractor and in the construction business my entire life. I understand big construction projects. And I want to be there to look after it, to watch it, to make sure that not one penny is wasted in these construction projects that are planned.
Thank you,
in
Mr.
Fannin
Stafford.
County.
You're ready, Mr. Galloway.
First of all, let me say thank you to everyone that showed up. Thank you to the Republican Party for putting this on. I also want to thank all of our high school students that are here. They did a great job. I'm extremely proud of you. I want to thank my opponent.
Power on.
So,
Power on.
I'll just say this, I want to thank Marco for his ability to Thank you. It is absolutely an honor to be on the board. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all's support for the last 8 years. I'm only begging and asking for one more time. I absolutely love our school system. I do not take it for granted. I am humbled every day that I get to be around our children, around our faculty, around the staff. It is totally something that I'm blessed with. I don't have to say it. God has blessed me beyond measure, and I am so thankful to be a part of this school system. I humbly ask that April 29th, early voting starts, May 21st, make it to that day. Throw your vote in there for me, I would certainly appreciate it. I don't take it lightly. With that, God bless you. Keep blessing our great school system.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway.
Thank you very much for attending today. Thank you to the party for facilitating this meeting. Thank you, Caitlin. You've done a fantastic job, and we're so proud of you. We look forward to watching your progress. Before I go any further, my opponent stated that we need an educator on the board. I would remind you that I taught for 20 years at Gainesville College. When I left my position there, the administrators asked if there was anything they could do to convince me to stay. But by then, my business had grown to the point where I needed to devote all of my attention to my business, and so we parted ways on very friendly terms. I would also disagree with her analysis that our teachers are dissatisfied here. I have visited the schools. Our teachers are very happy here. If they're doing the job that they were hired to do, then they have a home here. And we appreciate them as well as all of our employees. When the governor put forward his $1,000 retention incentive, we extended that to all of our classified employees as well. We value the janitors, we value the bus drivers, we value our entire population of employees. And we have over 400 employees in our system. Fannin County School System is the largest employer in Fannin County. It's big business, and we treat it as such. But we have the highest achieving, or one of the highest achieving public school systems in Georgia. We have the lowest education property tax rate in Georgia, and we are entirely debt-free. If you want to change those things, I'm not your candidate. But if you want to keep growing responsibly and continue this level of success that we are experiencing with our students, if you want the very best for the students in Fannin County, if you want the best for our teachers, our staff, our administrators, if you want the best for the property owners and taxpayers in Fannin County, then I humbly ask for your vote. I want you to take a moment and remember our Fannin County school system. We've suffered significant loss this week. It's been a very tough week. We've lost a student, we've lost a coach, and most recently we lost one of our director's father-in-laws. That's tough. So remember our school system in your prayers, and our students are going to be missing their mentors and their teachers. We've mentioned faith. I am a Jesus follower. I've been a member of Sugar Hill Baptist Church. I don't even know how many years now. I served as a deacon there for the past 20 years, and I chair the cemetery committee for them. It has been an honor to serve on the Fannin County Board of Education. And I, like Mr. Galloway, absolutely love improving the opportunities for our students, providing them with new and innovative ways that they can be successful in life. Again, I thank you for being here. I thank you for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Bramlett.
say most of what I thought I would get to say, stuff with the questions, and I do respect the way the questions were set up, so, I didn't really get to say a lot that I wanted to say. But what I will say is my faith, it is number one in my life. I don't back down from that. It's just the most important thing to me. I do know our kids are under attack. Anybody can look and see that. There's no question about it. All this other stuff aside, they're number one, you know. All this other stuff aside, our kids are the most important thing to us. And if they're under attack, then we have to react. And we have to take a stand as a parent and as a community. And that's what I'm willing to do. And like I said, my faith is the biggest contributing factor to that for me. My name is Robert Patterson. I do want your vote. I ask for your vote. I stand on the things that we've talked about and not willing to back down on those. I guess what I want to say is I want your support, and if I'm voted in, I want to have your continued support if I'm elected. I want to make it very clear that my platform is to return education and a complete rejection of federal indoctrination. That's what I stand on. Don't vote for me if your convictions aren't the same. If your convictions are the same, then I ask that you support me all the way through. If you vote me in, I ask that you please don't turn your back on me. I will not put a price on the kids and the attack that's on the kids that we all see. I want to find a different way. I believe that anywhere that you stand for right, God makes another way. I don't know what that looks like. I'm willing to get in there and work hard and figure out what that is. And I ask that you stick with me. If you vote me in there, stick with me all the way to the end, because I'm going to stand on that. When our constitutional conservative convictions cost us, you know, it's you got to stand at some point. If your convictions don't have a price tag, then vote for me, and let's make this thing great, protect our kids. I appreciate all your support, the big outreach of support that I've seen so far. I will not let you down when I say I work hard for you. That is a fact. I will work hard for you. Everybody that knows me to be a man of my word. And I don't say one thing and do another. So everything that I've said, I will back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. When you're ready, Mr. Bourne.
All right, I'm Adam Bourne, candidate for Fannin County School Board, and I would love to have your vote and your support. Mr. Bramlett's already mentioned that our school system's gone through some tragedy this week, and I want to reiterate, anytime a community and a family goes through things like this, it opens your eyes and helps you gain a new perspective for who's around you and what you have. And I personally want to, first of all, ask all you guys to continue to pray for those families that are affected. But I personally want to thank the school system, teachers, some of you may be in here, coaches, admin staff. I have 2 kids in school right now, and both kids are affected in one way or another by these tragedies. As parents, we can't always be in school with our kids, but it is comforting to me to know that when tragedy strikes, our teachers step up to the plate, even when they're hurting, and they cover our kids with love and protect them. So I want to thank all, if anybody's in here watching this on TV, I want to let you know. My heart goes out to you, and I thank you. As a candidate for school board, I commit to be a good steward of our money. I commit to be a good ear for you guys, whether you're a parent, student, taxpayer, or teacher. I'll be an ear for you. I'll be an advocate for every one of you guys. I will work hard to establish a further vision for Fannin County. Fannin County, we have a mission statement posted on our website, developing young futures, learning for tomorrow, today. I agree with that. What I don't want to happen is I don't want today to be tomorrow all of a sudden, and that's not planned for it. I'll work hard to establish that vision or build on that vision and think progressively so that we can continue to get the things done that we want done to serve our kids. Mr. DeWeese, I appreciate you for your 30 years of service. I don't know if there's another school board member that I'm aware of that has served 30 years, so I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your vote. Thank you for your support. If you don't know, my name's Adam Bourne. If you haven't made up your mind who you're voting for, I've got some famous Aunt Janice's cookies outside. I might change your mind.
I can attest, those are some good cookies. Miss Ashley Harrington Weeks is next. You can start when you're ready.
First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that came out here today. Obviously, our moderators, everybody that put this on. It's a major deal. It took a lot of work. I'll say this about my faith. If you know me, I don't have to stand here or sit here or whatever and tell you I believe in Jesus Christ and I know where my life is and I know where I stand because I live that every single day. If you know me personally, you know that. So a vote for me is, back it up. Let me say, we have the best faculty and staff, bar none, in the state of Georgia. We have the best students. No one is arguing that. I know they're great. I know a lot of them personally. But what I am running for and what a vote for me is and what it stands for is to support those people. I've already said that they are the backbone. It's not your upper administration. It's not your school board. It's not your community. It is your faculty and staff. Because without them, we don't have a school. So those people have to be supported to the max. I really, really, really want to be their voice. I know I'm called to do this. If you know me well enough, I like to stick with what I know. I like to stay in a straight line. This is something I've 100% prayed about, 100% felt called and led to do. Another thing that's huge for me is student support. Again, I have 2 children of my own. My oldest, if God has taught me anything the last 17 years, it's to advocate for our children. Now, you will not find a better advocate for their child than me. But the difference is I don't want to just advocate for my 2 kids. I want to advocate for your kids and every student and every child in this community. Kids are my passion. I want to make sure they have every opportunity they can possibly have. I want to make sure that they get every opportunity they could possibly have, again, backing up to that student achievement. We talk about all the things our students have accomplished, and they have, and that's amazing. But imagine what they could have accomplished had they been put first a long time ago. Another big thing I'm huge on is that accountability and that transparency from the top down. I've spoke about leadership. I've spoke about that trickle-down effect. Your Board of Education is directly over the superintendent. Okay, your leadership starts from that superintendent and it goes down. So we want to make sure that accountability is there, and we want to make sure that transparency is there within our community. Really making sure that everybody's voices are heard. We're all stakeholders. Another big thing for me, and I do appreciate my opponent, he says that our millage rate's lowest in the state. That's correct. The issue I have with that, and I'm a taxpayer, of course I appreciate the lowest amount of money paying out as possible. But what you need to understand is, it's not as if I cannot be elected and step in and set that same millage rate. So to be said that way, it's like one person set that millage rate and the other 4 didn't do anything. And your county commissioners. So I can be elected into this role. I can be very fiscally responsible with your money. I've owned a business. I've owned a successful business here in town for 10 years. I fully understand budgeting. I fully understand being responsible with my money and with the money of everybody in my gym. So obviously I understand how to be responsible for taxpayer money as well. I would really appreciate your vote. I will earn it in every way that I can. I back up what I say, I always have. So if you have any questions, any concerns, I would love to hear those. And I would appreciate your prayers. And like I said, I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
finally, Mr. Deweese.
Thank you. Before I start telling you who I am, I'm Louis Deweese. I'll say that first thing I'll do when I leave the meeting, I'll look into the morale of our teachers and our administrators and see if it's correct. Whatever the case, I will look at it because I've been forewarned. I've been told that there might be a problem. So I'll do my best there. Okay, next. I'm Louis T. Deweese. If I haven't proven myself, everybody keeps calling me 30-year Louis. If I haven't proven myself in 30 years, I don't guess there's any hope. But if you elect me, I'll give you the same kind of dedication, the same kind of kids first, the same kind of wise people have wise counselors. I'll continue to talk to teachers and administrators, bus drivers, and lunchroom workers. I've never been on a field trip to a school that I didn't visit the mess hall. And the same way with bus drivers. I respect them. They have the most demanding, safety-conscious job of all of us. Very small pay. But I'm a Christian. I don't believe I'm a veteran. I've been a Gideon speaker and a Gideon for many years. I believe that our kids are our most valuable, precious asset on the face of the earth. I believe teachers are every year I try to look it up online and study and see how can I describe someone that's a teacher. Somebody that changes the life of a little child. If they didn't get that kind of attention, that kind of education, how would their life be? Fortunately, we have teachers that give their heart, they impart, they cause our children to walk away from Fannin County school system the very best that they could be, not just the Democrats, not just the Republicans. I'm married into a family of Democrats. My wife was a Democrat, and I love to say this. She's the finest person I've ever met on this earth. And that's the way I feel about our teachers. They are so special. There's no way they can properly be paid what they're worth because they're life-changing. And if you elect me, and I appreciate your vote, elect 100 years of experience. Elect someone that will give you every ounce of his being for the sake of children. I ran for school board for the wrong reason the first time. I had 2 children at that time, 2 daughters. And that's why I ran, honestly. I got up the next morning after I left, and I found out I had 2,897 kids. So there's a lot to school boarding that it's not on the surface. But I consider it a privilege. I am blessed. I'm honored by it. And I'll do my best. And if there's something there is a problem with morale, then I will spend some time checking into it to see. So I thank you. Thank you for letting me serve you. Thank you for letting me be part of the finest school system on the face of the earth. It's right here in Fannin County with the people who are the finest. We are the last reserve of plain old good fashioned God-fearing, loving people. And I count it an honor to serve them and serve their children. So I say proudly, kids first.
debate for today. I just want to thank all the candidates. It's a lot to step up, to put yourself out there, to express your views and opinions on issues at hand. And I just want to say that we appreciate every one of you. And also want to talk about the extra food that's in the kitchen. One last call for anybody that wants any food in there. Any food that's left over will be donated. And I think they got that taken care of. Is there anything else? This debate was recorded on Rebel TV. We want to thank Bubba Gibbs and his group to handle that. So if you, what's that? Fox. Fox will be here too. If you want to watch the debate,
thanks for what you do.
It was on Rebel TV. They live stream, and we'll get that in a format to where we'll be able to share it. Thank you very much. Come to our meeting Tuesday night at the Senior Center at 6 o'clock.
Thank you for your hard work.